My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesperson at Friends of Europe. And I have that privilege and the delight to be able to work with all of you in this room, but also those who are going to be here to discuss EU-China relations. Those of you who've been here before will know this is an annual gig of ours. We've been going for over 15, 16 years, actually. And so we've been working on this topic over the years and had some real significant leaders from both Europe and China here over the years. And it gives me great pleasure to also welcome those who've come all the way from China to be with us here today, also from the Public Diplomacy Institute, but also we have ambassadors from both sides, if you like, of both the EU perspective and the China perspective. I want to also warmly welcome all of you who are watching online. This is being live streamed, and we know we've got hundreds of people watching from all over the place, and welcome to all of you. And make sure that if you do want to comment, you can use Slido, or you just go through our hashtag Friends of Europe, you know, in terms of social media, if you want to. And you can also post questions if need be. So, therefore, in terms of the rules of the game here, what I'd like you to do is, once we've kind of had a series of contributions, I'm going to try and open it up as much as I can, because at the end of the day, what we don't do is the classic, you know, everyone sits here and talks, you listen, you go. That's not what this is about. This is about having an engagement and discussion with you. You don't get this time back in your life. So make the most of that 50, 60 minutes or a day that you're here with us to ask the question that you've got in your belly. What's your question about EU-China relations? What would you think should be happening? And how do we move things forward and make sure we live in a safer, more just, peaceful world? Sounds romantic, but that's what all of us do desperately need. So I want you to make sure that you engage. If not, I will come and pick on you. So that's the kind of, you know, the measure here, the rule of the game is that I will come out and get you. We'll make sure that we have as much interaction as possible. Before I invite our two ambassadors to contribute, just to say a few words by way of context. This week, we commemorated 80 years of potentially a peaceful world. Millions of men and women across the globe lost their lives to ensure we can live in peace. As a result of their deaths, we were able to create an international multilateral order. We started to create international rules and multilateral institutions. We entered into peace deals. We created conventions. We created the United Nations. We did a whole number of things to ensure there was one clarion call after the Second World War that world leaders said they would do, is that never again. At that time, leaders said, we want to do everything we can so that it never happens again. And here we are in 2025, and since January, it feels as if the lessons of the past 80 years have been lost. Do we still believe in multilateralism? Do we still believe we can have the just and peaceful world that we believed in 80 years ago? It feels terribly vulnerable, terribly insecure at the moment, and unstable. More importantly, unpredictable. We have certain leaders calling into question the post-45 agreements right now, and people behaving in a way that would suggest that the sense of common good is a thing of the past. The ideology of meism and me first is writ everywhere, especially when it comes from the most powerful man in the world. And so we have to be vigilant, diligent, and I suppose we need to think carefully and consciously about the actions we take, because the decisions we make here and now will affect us in the next 50 years, but also, importantly, future generations. And I suppose the question is, are we up to it? Do we feel brave enough? Do we feel we're able to have a say, a sense of power through our ability to use all types of diplomacy, relations, in whichever way possible, to ensure that we are able to ensure this peace in the world? And that's where EU-China come in. Both in terms of trading blocs, we are significant as partners. There's 2 billion euros of trade every day. 2 billion euros of trade every day between EU and China, China-EU. Just remember that, imagine that figure. But we do know that 98% of rare earth magnets for Europe come from China. China supply most of the solar panels in the EU and elsewhere. We also know there's a kind of issue around how we make sure that, on the one hand, in the insecure world that we live in, there's dependencies are managed in terms of risk, but actually, is that the reason that we should cut ties? And is it really real when politicians in Europe say, oh, we're going to basically do made in Europe? That actually we can survive by ourselves when you have the reality, we have the reality that most of the technology and the rare earths that you need for a digital transition and a digital transformation come from China and are supplied by China. So I suppose our question here is, how real are we about the economic data underpinning this conversation? How frank can we be about the relations that need to be managed and made to work? But also, at what point do our politicians realize that climate change doesn't have a political leader? Some leaders would like to think that it does, but climate change doesn't have a political leader. It's borderless. It is ruthless. It will do what it can wherever it can in any country in the world. If we realize that, it gives us a sense of humility, I hope, and a sense of the existential threat. And therefore, political leaders have to make it work through borders and cooperate. The other meta trend is artificial intelligence and digitalization. It doesn't have a political leader either. It is borderless. It is ravaging. It is doing everything it can to make sure that AI can work at a pace and is doing things which is below our feet and in front of our eyes. But we don't know how to really manage it, regulate it, make it work for good rather than be the devil in our society. How do we make sure AI can be the force for good as opposed to a force for bad? So these are the kind of topics we need to talk about and realize that some of these are not, at least the latter two topics, are not at the fortune of political leadership necessarily, but they can be managed if we work in cooperation and are able to really think about the future in a different way. So on that note, I'm first going to ask Bruno, who's actually in China. Bruno, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Just hope to get you online.
Good afternoon, late afternoon.
It's your afternoon, it's good morning here, but thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure, my honor.
Thank you. And I know it's, it's busy for everybody, but Bruno, share with us your thinking on EU-China relations. You're currently there. You've been there for some time in different ways, and you've been an ambassador in various roles, in various regions and various countries. Share with us your reflection on where EU and China relations find themselves right now, and what's your perspective on how we move forward? Bruno, over to you.
Thank you very much. Short story about bricks and rooftops. To start with a first remark. Wherever I go in China, I discover a lot of history, heritage, cultural diversity, and obviously bad sound.
We're having difficulty hearing you properly, I'm afraid. Colleagues, I'm looking at the back. Are we okay? Just to go? Carry on?
Is the echo on?
Right, just carry on. Just carry on. We'll have to see.
So what I meant to say is China has a very rich, sophisticated culture, highly educated people. The same goes with Europe. So I think in terms of historic depth and contributions, people of China and Europe match, and therefore I think should be natural partners when looking ahead at design responsibility. What we diplomats have is ties between China and Europe. That despite political factors, people-to-people diplomacy is important to develop shared understanding, respect, and a willingness to do things. My second about Europe's value interest. The EU and its member states a body of strategic commitments on Asia and China, the global strategy, the Indo-Pacific strategy, gateway, and documents. This body of strategic documents defines our values and interests through three lenses, which define our activities in Asia. I would say lens number one, prosperity and security. Lens number two, sustainability and performance. Lens number three is security and future multilateral. My third remark would be, we face today a competition between two and two economies. I understand Pascal Lamy, and Pascal Lamy was last Sunday here at White House. We had a very interesting discussion. And it was Pascal saying, the amalgamation between your economies makes it very difficult for conflict and manage the various dimensions of big power relationships. In the Cold War, during the Cold War, despite this, we could see managed points of common interest on conflict. Now, the amalgamation and economics, I must say, Europe is not the first mover. I think Europe today is one of the victims, I would say, of Brexit and economy. And as a genuine believer in trade, it is a very painful thing. The situation for Europe today is that we have forced ourselves to amalgamate the three lenses in defining our interests, and in particular with China. And let me go through the three.
Bruno, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're not having a great joy of being able to hear your pearls of wisdom effectively, because you keep breaking up every second sentence, and it's a real shame because we are losing the quality of what you're saying. I wish we could immediately have some AI digits that says, we get subtitles, but we don't have that, I'm afraid. So there you go. But I just don't want you to, because people are really finding it difficult to hear you and understand what you're saying. And I'm wondering whether you could either bring the mic closer to you or whatever it is, but let's try again. But I might need you to be kind of short and to the point because it's very difficult. People are straining to be able to hear you properly. Back to you.
I'll do my best. I read. Does that improve?
No. My colleagues tell me it's your connection at your end, unfortunately. They've done everything they can at this end, but they believe it's at your end. There's a kind of a Wi-Fi connection or something at your end that's...
Just give me a second, please.
So if you do that, that seems to... No. Oh, dear. Well, at least it woke everyone up and you're having a laugh. We'll get croissants passed around while we're waiting, shall we? No? Okay.
Dat is wel gênant, zeg maar.
Okay. You have now frozen, unfortunately. Bruno, if you can hear me. So what I'm going to do is, I'm conscious of your time and your time, Bruno, is to invite our other esteemed ambassador to speak to us. So, if I may, earlier than anticipated, hi, thank you very much for being with us. Please, thank you. There we go. Please.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to attend the China-Europe Forum again and to exchange views with both new and old friends. At the outset, on behalf of the mission of China to the EU, I would like to extend my warm congratulations on the convening of the 13th China-Europe Forum, my sincere welcome to all the distinguished guests, and my heartfelt thanks to the Friends of Europe, the China Public Diplomacy Association, and all those from various sectors who have cared for and supported the development of China-EU relations. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War, as well as the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. It is also the 50th anniversary of China-EU diplomatic ties. At such a significant juncture where we build on the past achievements and look into the future, this year's forum strengthening cooperation, China-EU relations as a source of stability is both timely and meaningful. We are living in a world full of turbulence and transformations. China and Europe are two major forces in building a multipolar world, two big markets supporting globalization, and two great civilizations advocating diversity. The development of China-EU relations therefore carries greater strategic significance and global impact. In this regard, I would like to share a few thoughts for discussion. First, China and the EU need to take the important consensus reached by their leaders as guidance and keep China-EU relations on the right course. In July this year, President Xi Jinping met with President Antonio Costa of the European Council and President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. During their joint visit to China, they held in-depth discussions on China-EU relations and reached important consensus, charting the course and providing strategic guidance for the future growth of this relationship. Premier Li Qiang co-chaired the 25th China-EU leaders meeting with the two EU presidents, which produced positive outcomes and gave strong impetus to the advancement of bilateral relations. The two sides jointly issued the joint statement on climate change by Chinese and EU leaders. This year, China and the EU have also held a new round of China-EU high-level strategic dialogue, the high-level dialogue on environment and climate, the 42nd meeting of the China-EU Interparliamentary Regular Exchange Mechanism, as well as the upgraded export control dialogue, along with other exchanges in various areas. At present, the main task for both sides is to work faster, to deliver on the important consensus reached between the leaders and outcomes of their meetings, seize opportunities, properly manage differences and frictions, and promote the sound and steady growth of China-EU relations. Second, the 5-decade of China-EU relations has offered valuable experience in many areas. The key lies in respecting each other's social systems and development paths independently chosen by their peoples and support each other's core interests and major concerns. China and Europe are located at the two ends of the Eurasian continent. There are no fundamental clash of interests nor geopolitical conflicts. While China and the EU differ in social systems, ideologies, histories, cultures, and stages of development, these differences should serve as drivers for exchange, mutual learning, and deeper cooperation, not as reasons or excuses for division and confrontation. The consensus and cooperation between China and the EU far outweigh their differences and competition. The two sides are partners, not rivals, and certainly not enemies. Like-mindedness makes for partnership, and seeking common ground while respecting differences also defines partnership. China has always viewed and developed China-EU relations from a strategic and long-term perspective. We regard Europe as an important pole in this multipolar world, support European integration and Europe's strategic autonomy, and support Europe in playing a greater role in international and regional affairs. The Taiwan question concerns China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It stands at the very heart of China's core interests. It is a red line that must not be crossed. The One China principle is a widely recognized consensus of the international community and a basic norm governing international relations. It is also the political foundation and precondition for China and the EU to establish and develop their diplomatic ties. China urges the EU side to abide by the One China principle and uphold the correct position and respect China's core interests and major concerns on issues related to Taiwan, Xinjiang, Xizang, Hong Kong, human rights, etc. Third, China and the EU need to properly manage economic and trade differences and frictions and work together to further expand the pie of practical cooperation. This year, despite the severe challenges posed by increasing instability and uncertainty in the global economy, China-EU practical cooperation in areas such as economy and trade has maintained steady growth. According to Chinese statistics, from January to September this year, China-EU trade reached $614.2 billion, up 4.3% year-on-year. According to EU statistics, from January to August, trade between the two sides amounted to 496.3 billion euros, an increase of 3.4% year-on-year. So far, two-way investment stock has exceeded $280 billion. And the China-Europe Railway Express has operated more than 110,000 trains in total. The growth of China-EU economic and trade cooperation against global headwinds fully demonstrates the essentially complementary and mutually beneficial nature of their cooperation, as well as its resilience and vitality. This does not come easily and should be highly valued and cherished. As we speak, a new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation is gaining momentum, while consolidating and deepening cooperation with the EU in traditional areas such as trade, investment, culture, education, and tourism. China is also willing to actively expand cooperation in emerging fields such as artificial intelligence, digital economy, and green development. China also stands ready to promote effective synergy between the Belt and Road Initiative and the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, so that more fruits of cooperation will benefit the peoples of both sides and contribute to the well-being of the entire world. Given the large scale and wide scope of China-EU economic and trade cooperation, differences and frictions are inevitable. The key is to implement the important consensus reached by our leaders and resolve these issues properly through dialogue and consultation. China opposes politicizing economic and trade issues or overstretching the concept of security in this field and rejects protectionism. We hope the EU side will work with China in the same direction to address those problems in economic and trade cooperation through dialogue and consultation, and jointly foster a fair, just, and non-discriminatory business environment for practical cooperation between the two sides. Fourth, China and the EU need to jointly uphold multilateralism, and work to build a more just and equitable international order. President Xi Jinping recently put forward the Global Governance Initiative. Its core principles include upholding sovereign equality, observing the international rule of law, practicing multilateralism, promoting a people-centered approach, and taking real actions. This initiative, following the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, represents another major public good that China has offered to the rest of the world. It responds to the expectations of the international community and has already received explicit support from over 140 countries and international organizations. Each of the four global initiatives has its own focus, yet complements and reinforces the others. Together, they embody China's wisdom and solutions for addressing the various problems and challenges facing the world today. And they promote the evolution of the international order and system toward greater fairness and justice. These four global initiatives are designed to reform and improve the existing international order and system, not to dismantle or replace them. To better support the functions of the World Trade Organization and safeguard an open and inclusive trading environment, China has announced that while maintaining its status as a developing country, it will not seek new special and differential treatment in current and future negotiations at the WTO, casting a vote of confidence in the multilateral trading system through concrete actions. To strengthen global confidence in climate governance, China recently announced its new nationally determined contributions that cover all economic sectors and all greenhouse gases, and for the first time introducing absolute emission reduction targets. This represents a clear sign of China's firm resolve and utmost effort in addressing climate change. Multilateralism represents the greatest unifying consensus between China and the EU. China stands ready to work with the EU to uphold the international system with the UN at its core, support the reform and development of the WTO, maintain communication on international and regional issues such as the Ukraine crisis and the Israel-Palestine conflict, and jointly tackle climate change and other global challenges. Together, we need to advocate for world peace and development and build a community with a shared future for mankind. Fifth, both China and the EU are major economies in the world. Their respective development will not only create new opportunities for bilateral cooperation, but also contribute greater stability and certainty to the world. Not long ago, the fourth plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee adopted the recommendations for formulating the 15th Five-Year Plan for National Economic and Social Development, outlining a grand blueprint for China's economic and social development over the next 5 years. During the 15th Five-Year Plan period, China will further comprehensively deepen reform and unswervingly expand high-standard opening up. It will strive to pursue higher quality economic growth while achieving an appropriate increase in economic output, advance well-rounded human development, and promote common prosperity for all. These efforts will open up broader space for cooperation between China and countries around the world, including European countries. Recently, China announced that it would extend its unilateral visa-free policy for 45 countries until the end of 2026. So far, 25 EU members can enjoy China's unilateral visa-free policy. We have noted that the EU is striving to advance green and green transitions and enhance its competitiveness. China welcomes Europe's new progress and hopes that Europe's achievements will also bring new opportunities for China-EU cooperation and contribute to global development and prosperity. Today, friends from various sectors will engage in in-depth discussions on China-EU cooperation. I'm confident that your insights will play a positive role and make important contributions to the further growth of China-EU relations. To conclude, I wish the 13th China-Europe Forum a complete success. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you very much for your time. And it was a very thought-provoking contribution. You have been, I think many people in this audience, especially from the European perspective, will find that you've been very clear in setting your red lines in a way that we haven't experienced beforehand. You're being really clear about the role you expect China to play, and there's been a kind of a muscularity. And I mean that, I don't mean that in a gendered way, in the sense of just self-confidence to create structures which potentially can lead global movements. You set them out very, very clearly. It's a very different China in terms of public consumption, public kind of consciousness about the role you wish to play. And I think it'll be interesting to note how other political leaders and continents will respond to that. And I suppose at the heart of it will be what many we discussed yesterday, but also what you have mentioned is about trust. And I was interested with your statement that like-mindedness can create partners. And it's about finding that like-mindedness that's going to be absolutely key and critical. Apparently we are, excuse me, our ambassador, Belgian ambassador, is still around there somewhere, I believe. Bruno, you're here. Excellent.
Yes. What about the start?
Okay, there you go. Please, over to you for about 5 minutes because I'm running out of time now. But thank you for finding a headset, and we look forward to listening to you. Over to you, Bruno.
Well, as I said, my first remark is that despite geopolitical turbulences, I think it's key that we invest very much in people-to-people diplomacy, because what I notice is in Europe a real deficit of understanding and knowing China. And I don't have an exact sense of the level of understanding of Europe in China, but I think there's really something to do to make sure that people understand better one another and that this becomes a cement for a shared understanding of our societal challenges. The second remark I wanted to make is that we have a body of strategic documents that define very well our interests and values in Asia and China. And I would say we look through three different lenses on China and Asia: economic prosperity and security, point one; two, sustainable development and global commons; and three, peace and security. And the third little point I wanted to make was what Pascal Lamy shared last Sunday at my place. We had a very good discussion, and he was saying we face presently an amalgamation of geopolitics and geoeconomics, which makes it very difficult to deconflict the various dimensions of big power relations. And I wanted to say that Europe is not the first mover in this integrated nexus of security, development, and economy. We are rather, I would say, a casualty, and the awakening for us as one of the most genuine free traders, it's quite a hard awakening. I would like to switch now through the three lenses to the relation between EU and China. First, economic prosperity and security. For sure, over the last decades, our partnership in trade, and through investment has been yielding enormous opportunity. But today, clearly, there is an imbalance which, in the eyes of many Europeans, is becoming a risk. To summarize, Europeans believe that they contributed very much to China's prosperity, creating jobs, transferring technology, by playing by the rules set by the Chinese leaders then, meaning joint ventures, transfer of technology, build local supply chains, and source in China. Today, however, European investments in China are losing market share, and the same goes for exports. And we have a historic trade deficit. It was the biggest ever known in 23, it got worse in 24, and even worse in 25. The perception is that where we were contributing to prosperity and jobs in China, today for many people in Europe, the perception is that we are risking to lose jobs and prosperity because of China, because we don't play according to the same rules. It's a perception, but it becomes a political fact that forces European leaders to act and protect Europe's economy. Chinese economic surge is for sure a miracle and brought a lot of benefit for many of us. However, it is now a surplus economy, the biggest surplus economy with 150 of the 193 members of the United Nations. And that is not only a challenge for industrialized countries, but I think it's created new challenges for countries who have the prospect to industrialize. Finally, China's export controls on critical raw materials, in particular those put in place on the 4th of April, have triggered a real shock effect on our industries, in particular also in high-tech industries, indicating that the EU's economy is all reliant on China's. So there's an urgency for EU leaders, first to de-risk our economies, second to make sure that we are focused on jobs, prosperity, and security for our own citizens by new strategies that have to rebalance trade and investment relations with China. I personally believe that there is a place for China in this, but first European leaders have to do their homework. We have to get focused on how to get out of the position of a casualty of the new nexus security and geopolitics. The second point, the second lens on sustainable development. I think it's fair to say that EU and member states mainstreamed the sustainable development goals in their internal and international strategies. I dare say that EU is today globally the most advanced and generous in poverty alleviation, climate change, circular economy, and biodiversity. And let me give two relevant examples regarding China and the EU. Since decades, facilitated market access to the least developed countries through everything but arms or GSP and GSP Plus has allowed the African countries to generate a very important trade surplus to the EU. So we're in deficit towards Africa. However, Africa has a very big trade deficit with China. The second point that I would like to make as an example is the structure of loan portfolios. If you compare Global Gateway and BRI, in Global Gateway's portfolio, if we put 50 euros on the table as a grant, there is only 1 euro as a loan. In the overall portfolio of BRI, experts indicate that for 9 euros of loan, China is putting 1 euro of grant on the table. Of course, the BRI is gigantic. It's a very big portfolio. You cannot compare, but I think these elements are very important. Not to criticize China. I think in the country, China has developed enormous financial and engineering heft, rapid and effective infrastructure development in Africa and in other countries, and developing green technologies for all. So there's, of course, a big opportunity. We should be fair about who is doing what and assess also how the Europeans have engaged very much since many years. To conclude on this second point, sustainable development, I believe that China and the EU are complementary and effective partners for others. I think we should continue to join forces to save the Paris Agreement and the Montreal CBD Convention on Biodiversity. And I would think and hope that in the future we can extend strategic cooperation in other areas and have joint ambitious initiatives. However, therefore, we must first address important and the most critical stumbling blocks on the roads. And I would like to come to my third lens, which is peace, security, and future of multilateral. if we have diplomats to cement understanding between the people of China and Europe, I think the next important thing is to handle properly the concerns of one another, to make sure we understand the concerns and that we sympathize and try to address them by joint action. And I would say that's a little bit the bricks that we will, with which we will build or ensure a common roof, and I'll come later back to it. So on peace and security, I must say, it's a very simple fact that Russia's assault on Kiev, the 24th of February, 22, is Russia bringing war to Europe. And I think it's futile to try to win the argument on who's to blame. The fact is, a permanent member of the Security Council is the aggressor. And the sovereign member of the United Nations is the victim. For as far as I know, no country sovereign member of the UN has aggressed Russia over 20 years. And I beg to insist that the opposite is undeniable. Now, the UN remains for the EU and China the foundation of international rule of law. There is no future for the UN in a world where big fish just eat the small fish, where the Duma, by a simple vote and a strike of the pen, can declare that a quarter of the territory of a sovereign neighbor is from now on Russia's. China and the EU should be on the same page in defense of a sovereign UN member victim of military aggression. We should be on the same page in defending any state or people victim of states' violation of international and humanitarian law, as in the Middle East, yes, regarding Israel and Gaza, or in Africa. Wars are existential risks for survival of an aggressed state. And Russia's war on Ukraine is an existential threat for Europe. We feel that if Russia is left undeterred and Ukraine left unprotected, the future aggression of Russia on a member state of NATO or the EU is already on the agenda. And I think European leaders cannot neglect that risk. That is why we have to marshal support for Ukraine. That is what implies a strong security partnership and engagement with the United States. And I think our Chinese partners should understand what we mean by existential concern and dynamics. Ambassador Chai rightly raised the Taiwan issue as being a core interest for China. I think it is fair to say that European states, based on Resolution 2758, respect the One China policy. Every government, including the Belgian government, ensures coherence in diplomatic practice, not to confound that with the position of parliaments. Clear distinction should be made. But China is at peace. We respect the core interest of China by respecting and abiding to One China policy. I think there is an asymmetry of concerns when we talk about the existential interests and threats on Europe. Russia war draws all our energy and efforts. And I think China pains to recognize and to address Russia's war as an existential threat for the EU. I understand the historic sensitivities of relations between Russia and China, and I respect very much China's concerns. But I think that there is a real problem between us called Russia's war on Europe. And that is what amalgamates our vision on China. Rightly or wrongly, we look now through the lens at China with two stumbling blocks, bricks that slipped out of very experienced hands and fell on the ground and are real blocks on the road. And that is my final remark. As I said, we diplomats, we have to cement understanding between the peoples, open all the doors and windows so that people of China and people of Europe can appreciate one another's civilizational richness. I really think this is something we must do, and I do it with the team here at the embassy together with other colleagues. Second, in urgency, with a real spirit of diplomacy, we have to remove the two critical stumbling blocks on the road so as to reboot China and EU cooperation. And I really believe there is a need to do that. We have to remove the perception of increased economic risks in trading with China. and the asymmetry of concerns and diverging regarding Russia's war on Ukraine. I think that if we cement properly and handle BRICS, not let them fall as stumbling blocks on the road, but build together something, we can share responsibilities to make sure that we have a common roof under the United Nations. And this is my last point. I think the essence of what the EU and China and our people have to do is to assume responsibility based on our historic depth and richness and sense of governance to take joint initiatives and offer something together to all the people of the planet. But the UN and the roof cannot stand if the BRICS fall out of our hands because we don't have a symmetry in understanding and addressing concerns. And the summit will not hold the BRICS together if there is no sense of common understanding. That, I think, is the most urgency. And in my humble position as Belgium, I'm very much engaged to bring back the sense of diplomacy and build common understanding on these two major issues. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. I hope you can hear the applause and see people clapping. I'm so glad you found your headset because it was important. You've delivered equally a powerful set of messages. But I think at the heart of what you're saying is, and it builds on what Ambassador Rune said also, about where can we find common understanding and partnership ways of working whilst we understand our respective constraints and are able to call out contradictions in a way to, and if we call out those contradictions, they have to be from a place of good, i.e. wanting to make things better rather than simply wanting to keep things apart. And I think that's the point of proper diplomacy and the art of conversation where we know it's motivated by getting to a good place, a better place, rather than simply being entrenched or retrenched. So thank you. Thank you very much. Both of you have delivered some very powerful messages. Thank you for joining us. We have a number of press in the room, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to take your questions now, but if the members of the press want to ask a question of either ambassador, I suggest you let us know, and we'll make sure that your question is posted to the respective ambassador. But I'm going to move on because I'm already 20 minutes out of time. So I'm going to invite our panel of speakers to join us here, please. Just there, Mr. Jamin Yang over here. No, you're here. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to start with Jamin. Thank you very much again. You're part of the delegation that came across this week. Thank you for being here. You're with the Shanghai Institute for International Relations. You have a long history in EU-China relations, but also understanding the impact of a transatlantic context as well, and what that means for us now. Given what you've heard from both ambassadors and where we find ourselves globally right now with a very different scene, if you like, in terms of leadership, climate, digitalization, trade being weaponized for the first time in a way that we've never experienced before, and the ideology of me first that's coming through not only in the transit in America, but also in Europe and elsewhere. Where do you think there are areas for us to actually still work together in terms of EU-China relations? Over to you.
First of all, I think I learned a lot from the two speeches of the two ambassadors. A small incident that helped me to understand the conceptions, misconceptions, communications, and discommunications better. That is the headphone. If we didn't have the right headphone or no headphone, even we were talking each other, but we could not hear clearly. So it is much easier to find a headphone and then to talk. And secondly, I would say the host pointed out rightly why we are pointing out the differences, disputes and controversies. It's not to escalating, exacerbating the differences and the problems, but we should have the good intention and the proper capabilities to solve, at least to narrow or neutralize the differences, whereas we put more strength and energies on increasing our commonalities, cooperation, so that in terms of Lao Tzu, the old ancient Chinese philosophy, who was famous for his idea of yin and yang. And when you build up the positive, the yang, then immediately, then the yin, the negative, would be on the decline. So let us do more or increase our contacts, dialogues like today, and buy each other more goods, services. And I don't care whether the visa-free is just one side or reciprocal. Because I came here, I found a lot of difficulties to acquire the visa because I didn't have the diplomat's passport like ambassador. But in the end, I came. But I hope more Europeans come to China, seeing is believing, and discussing with us. Last but not least, we are talking a lot about the geopolitics, strategic competitions. Yes, they are there. They're always there. But we also see why 50 years ago, China and the European community would establish diplomatic relations while shelving all these difficulties. And then I think we could do much better. I'm a native Chinese. My English is not so good, but I warn myself very much, try to speak to avoid shoot, and use other tense like it would be better if we could. Thank you very much.
Your English is impeccable, sir. You know that. And, this is the second time. I really love the Institute in the sense that, we always get characters who come along and kind of sort of cut through the nonsense and go direct. And it's sometimes, people come up with very long speeches, but in a very simple way, you cut through to what's actually important in this conversation. And I think that as long as both parties believe it and mean it and bring a sense of authenticity to the table, then we know we can make things move. So I'm now going to take a perspective from the Commission. Signe, thank you very much for being with us. It's great to have someone from the kind of R&D, Research and Innovation Director General here, and someone who's very senior in determining policy around that. Tell us where you think the current collaboration on STI is, and what can we expect in the future? Over to you, Signe. Thank you.
Well, many thanks. First of all, it's my pleasure to participate in this discussion this morning here. First, before replying to the question, I'd like to put it in a bit of a context. Coming from DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission, I'm actually representing the largest collaborative research and innovation framework program globally, Horizon Europe. You may know that for this financial period, we have the budget of nearly 100 billion euros for 7 years. And now the Commission has put on the table the proposal for the next period with almost double budget. Since the beginning of Horizon Europe, we've had applicants from 187 countries of the world, really showing that this is, as I said, the largest collaborative program. So we do collaborate globally with all the partners in the world. If you just calculate, there are only a few countries who haven't been participating in our program. However, we also need to acknowledge that the world has changed. Well, also thinking what was said this morning here. And also science, technology and innovation have been also acquiring increasing geopolitical relevance. And therefore, the EU has been working to remodulate the way in which it looks at international cooperation, also in this area. And when it comes to China, the shift already started with the 2019 communication, EU-China, a strategic outlook, in which China was defined simultaneously as a partner, a competitor in pursuit of technological leadership, and a systemic rival, promoting alternative models of governance. And this characterization remains relevant today, even if competition, in fact, has even increased since then. Then, following this communication, the EU's engagement towards China has been further shaped by other policy documents which have been country agnostic, not specifically about China, namely the 2021 Global Approach Strategy for International Cooperation in Research and Innovation, which called for preserving openness in international R&I cooperation while promoting reciprocity. We also expect that the other countries open up their programs to the same extent. And then the 2023 European Economic Security Strategy, which is based on a combination of promoting, protecting, and partnering to enhance the EU's competitiveness while mitigating risks to the EU's supply chains, critical infrastructure, and also technology security. So within this context, back in 2019, we launched discussions with the Chinese government on the joint roadmap for the future of EU-China cooperation in science, technology, and innovation, namely in order to rebalance relations in R&I through the discussion, agreement, and implementation of a set of framework conditions for cooperation. And so far, we've been able to agree on research-related elements, but not those on innovation, for instance, intellectual property right protection. So just to conclude, on the one hand, China remains a valuable cooperation partner. We seek to continue to engage to tackle global challenges well, because they are global in nature. We need really our partners to do that. And we do that via two jointly developed research flagship initiatives, namely the Food, Agriculture and Biosolutions and the Climate Change and Biodiversity flagships. On the other hand, due to the imbalances in the innovation domain, we have restricted cooperation with Chinese entities in innovation activities under Horizon Europe. So our overall line continues to be a nuanced one. Openness will be preserved wherever possible, and limitations will be inserted where necessary. And finally, let me also underline an important point which is linked to the overall context and narrative. Namely, in today's geopolitical environment, all major science, technology, innovation partners are seeking to promote and safeguard their technological prowess. So despite countering narratives, I would like to clarify that what the EU is currently doing is solely aimed at promoting and safeguarding its own competitiveness and security, for instance, by reducing critical dependencies. So the EU does not seek in any way to contain or suppress the development of third countries. It only seeks to enhance its own SDI ecosystem at a time of geopolitical volatility. And I hope that China recognizes this and also realizes that within the new international context, cooperation needs to be modulated accordingly. And this is actually a calculation that all leading players are doing in this space. Thank you.
Signe, thank you very much for that. It's a good reminder. I'm often saying that, you know, the EU has the largest R&D budget in the world. And most people really don't know. And I think there's something there about making sure that the EU is able to promote that more effectively, both to citizens within Europe, but also the global community. When you talk about the fact that there are areas where you've not been able to have a concordat, and that's on innovation, especially on technology, what would you like to, because you've got your ear here of some very senior people from China, what's the message you'd like to give to them on innovation cooperation? Because on technology, as I was saying in the, earlier on, technology has no borders other than that which is being created by government investments. But in the end of the day, the way in which AI is developing, it seems rather scary in terms of government control. So what would you like our people here to hear from you in terms of where you'd like it to get better, or what the issues are for you in terms of innovation and cooperation?
Well, I think the colleagues here know perfectly well where the issues are lying.
But the rest of us don't know, so share.
Certainly for the general audience. Indeed, well, as I said, we've had this process in place for the negotiations, namely what we call framework conditions. And really the idea is that we should have a level playing field, that we treat each other's participants in an equal way. And where we really see the divergences is in the area of intellectual property protection, because the EU companies and also the researchers are continuously reporting, because we do have the survey that the EU Chamber of Commerce in China is doing on an annual basis, and in accordance to the Business Confidence Survey of 2024, 46% of respondents replied that enforcement of China's IP protection law is still inadequate. So the laws are there, but the enforcement is something which is still lacking in instances. And also, what is reported is the forced technology transfer. And it's particularly relevant for the technological areas like AI, quantum, all of these where actually there is present the technological race of supremacy. And what we've been also reporting, and this is something that we didn't see before, but a new thing, is the ability of our scientists and companies to transfer their science and technology related data across the Chinese border. So basically, if they are collaborating in the projects in China, they have the results, but then the transfer of the data related to the research has become complicated due to the Chinese data security law. So these are the major, so to say, I would say, hindrances in terms of innovation collaboration.
Great, and thank you for answering that question, because I think in the context of the wise words that we hear, some of the detail matters. You know, we are able to posture that we want to get things better. We want to be able to negotiate. We want to have better diplomatic relations and work together collaboratively. But then these kinds of matters do matter in terms of making sure, how do we remove the kind of roadblocks, as we heard earlier from the ambassadors here. Kai, I'm going to come to you. Thank you for joining us from Beijing. I think this is your second or third run at the EU-China Forum. Thank you for being with us. Can you hear me? Kai? Kui? I've got your name right? Kui. Sui. My apologies. No wonder
Yes,
you were
I'm
listening
here.
to me thinking, why is he calling me Kui? It's Sui. Thank you for joining us. As I said, you've been here with us before. My apologies for getting your name wrong in terms of pronunciation. You've just heard from one of the most senior officials involved in one of the largest R&D funds in the world, pointing out some of the kind of difficulties in collaboration, yet also pointing to the kind of harmony there is in terms of collaboration as well, in terms of research and especially on science, technology, and innovation. So what's your sense that how can EU-China shield collaboration in relation to science, technology, and innovation, and which areas, especially when we're thinking about the impact of climate, the pace of digitalization? So tell us, what's your view in terms of the areas that can be provided with some sort of technological or some sort of shield for us to cooperate better? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalali. I think it's a great honor to be part of the discussion. Of course, I'm so sorry for missing the opportunity to be part of the face-to-face discussion in Brussels. Yes, maybe I could have some general points about today's discussion between China and the European experts and the officials. Even I still remember that last year, when we were in the same location, we were discussing the prosperity, especially for this year, because this year, remarkably, China EU 50th anniversary for diplomatic linkage, almost 1 year after. I think now I'm not so pessimistic about the potential of cooperation between China and the EU. I think now it's a very necessary stage that now we almost put everything on the table. Cooperative factors and even some competitive issues, some other. So I think shortly, maybe in another 2 or 3 years, I'm confident that China and the EU, we can find out systemic solutions, not just for systemic rival. And yes, go back to the questions from Mr. Kalali. I'm also so confident about the potential of cooperation exchange between China and the EU, technology, and even innovative, future. I just give some example. Firstly, I think we take a bigger notice about a recent 15 5-year plan launched by Chinese government. If we look at this report, we can find that China will try to, open the market wider and wider, especially in some areas like healthcare, cooperation, and the climate and the green transformation cooperation, and even some, as we know, AI or some other new technology. For example, for China, the other 5 and 10 years is so important, and to implement its policy goals and to help China become a more advanced economy. So for this regard, that as we know, China will try to increase its life expectancy population to 80 years, which means that China needs a lot of cooperation, especially with the European Union on this regard. For example, I'm sorry for Frank to say that on this regard, the companies and the investors from both sides always go ahead than our governments and officials. According to my understanding, that so far, both China and European countries, they do have very, very good cooperation on this innovation and also cooperation, healthcare and medicine innovation or some other. Now, European Union become, the second market for Chinese innovative medicines behind the United States already. So I do believe that when China is going into the aging society, there will be a lot of, potential for cooperation. On the question is,
We're losing you every now and again, just to let you know that.
share a lot of consensus. Anything is okay?
You're back. Okay, carry on.
Okay, sorry. Yes, on this, climate and green transformation. Not only we share the common values on how to push it forward, but of course, now the big barriers. How could we try to transfer this consensus in the ideas into market cooperation? Once we try to deal with this issue, if we imported from China seriously, I think that we can find out more solutions and also more dynamic to push it forward. Finally, how about the AI? Yes, as we know, this year, the DeepSeek in China gave a big shock, not only to European and also to Chinese. I think also it gives a very, very big case of how could we, China and Europe, we can do something together and to, to reach a more advantage posture or positions in the so-called competition for the AI or some other, first line technology. I think now, as we know, as early as in the year of 2018, both China and Luxembourg, they built up the joint laboratory on AI. So how could we try to expand this model, not only just for China and some member states of European Union, and even we can promote this cooperation into European Union level. But of course, regarding to the AI issue, a little bit of problem for this so-called oversensitive in the frame of security concern or some regulation or some other. China and Europe, how could we shift the focus, not only just for security, and also we try to get a rebalance between the two big concerns of security and the development. I think that.
Thank you. So I'm going to cut you off because I'm losing more and more of you, and so. But I think your points are really well made. I think there's something important what you said about the fact that we have a mutual and shared sense of how to tackle an aging population. People are living much longer, but we also know public debt is the highest it's ever been. And politicians and others and economists are scratching their heads that how do you ensure you're able to provide the care services and attention that an older population will need, but you can't afford it? And where can you collaborate, where you use digital, for example, where you use different models of building, etc., and service care or digitalized care even, to make sure that you're able to keep people safe, healthy, and happy, but you know that your public debt or your cost won't stretch to make that happen. So there are ways in which we can absolutely collaborate, but it's finding those areas where we can do that because there are shared problems. And that's where I started at the beginning of this conversation. I'm going to turn now finally, before I bring you in, I promise I'm bringing you in, Jos Delbecq, a former Director General, so someone who's kind of been at the thick of it, if you like it, in terms of negotiations at the top end, in terms of engaging on the issue of climate, because he was Director General of DG Klima. So share with us, you can, now that you're not inside, you can be freer, and we hope you're going to be freer. we have the implementation of the Clean Industrial Deal, okay, with a real focus on made in Europe. I'm not going to go there in terms of my personal view about the made in Europe concept, but let's see what the audience make of it as well. Is there scope in the implementation of the Clean Deal for international cooperation? From where you're seeing it right now, where you were before, and how it's kind of has changed, right? What's your take on the potential for cooperation as a result?
Yes, thanks for the question. I do think there is a lot of scope for cooperation, but framing that cooperation is very important. And let me make first, as a way of introduction, a reference to 2 meetings that are taking place as we speak. The world is coming together in Brazil, in Belém. And I think without United States, as you know, Mr. Trump dropped out of the Paris Agreement. I think the leadership of China and Europe is absolutely critical. And I would like to echo what the ambassador said in his opening words. The target that Mr. Xi Jinping was announcing in the General Assembly of the United Nations of setting an absolute cap for China and reducing that cap with 7 to 10% by 2035 is very important. Of course, we can debate about the figures, and many will say more can be reduced, but the fact that reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is now an official policy of China, I think is very important. The other meeting, as we speak, is in the European Parliament, where we are discussing and we expect to have today the final vote exactly on a similar target for Europe. And that target is going to be quite likely 85% internal emission reduction based on 1990 and 5% of carbon credits cooperation with the rest of the world. There has been a lot of debate whether that is a strong target or a weak target, but I would tend to say this is a very tough target. And it brings us to the heart of the question that we are debating here. What is the place of industry, technology, and trade into reaching those targets? And I think the Europeans have a lot of geopolitical, challenges that were discussed already this morning. And I think the Europeans came up with the Clean Industrial Deal. And the Clean Industrial Deal tries to combine decarbonization, competitiveness, and at the same time more security for Europe, because we have been very vulnerable with the import of fossil fuels in particular. Every day, we still pay 1 billion euros to the import of fossil fuels. And so the more we go to renewable energy, the more we go for energy efficiency, the more we will also improve our security in the world. And so the Clean Industrial Deal has a lot to do with that. It is about being less vulnerable on the energy side and maintaining our industry. There is no temptation, or there should not be any temptation in Europe to reach the climate targets by just closing down our industry. We have to renovate our industry. We have to put in clean technology, and that is where there is a lot of scope for cooperation. And I fully subscribe, what has been said this morning. In view of that cooperation, we need to keep our borders open for trade. But the trade should be balanced. And I think that is an issue both sides of the equation we have to look at. We should stay away from tariffs as much as possible. We have to stay away from restrictions on one or the other goods and critical goods. That is not very good for that cooperation. But at the same time, we need a balanced trade relationship. And I think we would welcome in Europe also a lot of foreign direct investment coming from China, and also a solution to the IP issues that were discussed, like we were likewise doing over the last couple of decades as from a European perspective in China. So the idea that is coming forward in the context of the Clean Industrial Deal is the clean technology and trade investment partnerships. And I think we welcome this CTIPS, Clean technology and investment partnerships, to be very precise. I think we have to engage into that, and we have both sides a lot on offer. The Chinese side, you know, the massive rise of solar panels, I think, has been well recognized and has offered an opportunity for the world at large to invest in renewable energy. And I think that model can be taken as a model of success, but we should have it managed so that all of us can participate in different parts of that trade. There is a lot to do about cars. Now, cars is a combination of spare parts, and perhaps we have to look at who is producing which kind of spare parts and having, again, a balanced trade relationship. I think there is a lot of scope in the technologies of the future. The technologies of the future are going to be green technologies, and I think that is where we differ in opinion with the leadership in the White House. We do not want to look back, we want to look forward. And in that sense, I think the cooperation with China and the EU is very promising.
Thank you very much. What's your sense of the mood music right now in the Commission? Having been inside, right, you're outside, you can, it's interesting when you come out and you can see it with a different gaze, if you like, a different lens. And it's gone through I mean, the current mandate's been pulped by obviously the advent of a second term of Trump. And quite frankly, they shouldn't have been caught like rabbits in front of headlights. They should have planned for a second term, which they didn't, unfortunately. But it's like kind of being caught off guard again. What's your sense of the muscularity of, or the kind of sense of self-confidence the Commission has to really kind of step up and say, there are other partners, we can look elsewhere, we can get this done differently?
When we look at the Commission, I think there is a raging debate inside the Commission about, you know, the WTO free trade like we had it in the past, or a free trade with corrections. I think, these corrections, I think, are going to be necessary, but should be well considered. Should be not, one simple advocacy like I'm sometimes hearing in one or the other corner of the EU saying, let's all do made in Europe. I think, there is a lot of sympathy, and I do understand that people are losing jobs or factories are getting closed and all the rest of it. So that's a concern that I read in that slogan, made in Europe. I would propose that we work on the made with Europe kind of slogan in terms of cooperating with China in particular, but also with a lot of other countries in the world where we can have a refreshing of our trade relationships. Mentioning countries like Egypt or Morocco or South Africa or the Philippines or, all these middle-sized, very important emerging economies, we have to refresh our debates into that. And we have to keep the free trade concept on the table, but we should pragmatically look for corrections as well. And I think that is the debate that I see raging inside the Commission, raging in academic circles, raging in the European Parliament. So all decisions makers are struggling with those questions because moving away too far from what we did in the past may not be a good recipe. But that some correction is necessary, I think has been the reality of the day. Look at what happened on the cars issue, where we had to look for a kind of management of a balanced trade, not closing the door, but at the same time having one or the other correction so as to have a balanced trade relationship.
Very much. Very helpful. And I want to bring some of you in terms of, we'd all welcome your sense of made in Europe, It would be interesting to get your feedback on what you think of that, and this kind of very, I'm going to say, if I'm going to use my position as moderator to say, made with Europe makes some more sense, potentially. But Jiman, did you want to come in before I bring in people in from the audience? Did you want to say a few words in response? That was an offer.
You just ask a question
Okay, fine, great. I'll go straight to the audience then. Colleague here had hand up directly, lady here with glasses, and lady at the back with a green top. Do introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you. Is it on? Finbar Birmingham from the South China Morning Post. I had two questions. One question for Ms. Ratzo. You mentioned that the current areas in which Horizon projects have been cut off for collaboration with China is quite narrow. However, we have had some stories in the press this week that it's going to be expanded to include other areas outside of telecom. So I would like to get your comment on that, please. And a question, if I may, for Professors Cui and Yang. We had the Belgian ambassador this morning in China saying that there's a failure on the Chinese part to acknowledge that the war in Ukraine is an existential issue for Europe. I'd like to get your perspective on that because it's now been going on for almost 4 years. How do you feel like, do you accept that this is a fundamental difference? Ambassador Chai obviously said there were no fundamental differences in the relationship, but we had the Belgian ambassador disagreeing with that. So I'd like to ask Professor Yang and Professor Cui to please comment on that.
Thank you very much for your question. Lady here at the front, just with, yeah, there you go.
Thank you. My name is Marije Vlaskamp. I work for a Dutch newspaper called the Volkskrant. My question is for the Chinese panelists, Professor Yang and Professor Cui. Recently, there has been some talk in the European Commission to ask non-EU investors in Europe for technology transfer to make their investment possible. This has been a practice that EU companies have been facing while investing in China for decades. How do you two, Mr. Yang and Mr. Cui, assess the effect if the EU would have such kind of requirements on Chinese businesses for investing in China? Would that be acceptable for them? How would they deal with that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pia-Lena Lange. I work for a company called Trina Solar. As the name says, we manufacture solar panels, but also batteries, electrolyzers, etc. And I seem to be now the only one asking or making a comment really from a very practical point of view.
Hold your mic up a bit closer, would you?
Yep.
Perfect. Go.
Okay, good. So
That's better.
very well done. Because we do believe, and I would like to mirror here or echo here what Mr. Delbeke said, policy decisions have to be, on the one hand, bold. They need to be clear to industry so that we can invest. At the same time, they also have to be well reflected. While for some sectors, such as solar, where there is still, experience, but also technology and patents in the EU, it can make sense to have here manufacturers, investments, and really made in, which we support. It may be that there are other sectors, like for batteries, for example, where this is not the case, simply because the reality of the market itself, of the value chains, of the technology, of the expertise, they are not in the EU. And I think these realities need to be reflected by policymakers.
Before you give up the mic,
yes,
what's your assessment of the Made in Europe label?
It's a very difficult question.
Make solar panels. So let me put it this way.
Yes.
In reality, right now, Germany imports most of its solar panels from China, brands it as German product, and out it goes. It's faux, isn't it? There is no made in China in that respect. And I suppose why I'm getting irritated is that it's such a kind of, in the times that we live in right now, we're in such uncertainty, instability, and insecurity. Politicians are still playing the same game and branding stuff just for the sake of believing that people are going to feel more confident in them rather than talking truth to people. What's your view? So I've said it my way.
Yeah, okay, good. So we are a Chinese manufacturer. We're actually one of the 3 biggest in the world. So we are, depending on the year, number 1, number 2, and number 3, right? So we do manufacture also in the EU because we believe in the strategic objectives of the EU. But we are also smart. We are very carefully looking at when does it make sense to have a competitive product in the EU, and when does it not make sense because the business case is not there. And that's because of systemic cost disadvantages that we have in the EU, et cetera, et cetera. What is, however, the most important thing for us as a company, as an investor, is to have clarity. If policies are constantly changing, like literally from one day to the other, you know, we just have to stand still and we have to wait until we know better. And that is not something that neither is good for EU manufacturers nor for, you know, international companies. And so that really is the pledge: be bold, be clear, but also well reflected, and listen to industry, including if they are not European, because sometimes we bring something to the table that actually makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like the debate on immigration and migration. What makes up Europe are black and ethnic minority people and others, and refugees, asylum seekers who built the economy of Europe. Yet suddenly, you know, we think, oh God, they don't really belong. Same with companies that come from international roots but are investing in Europe and make Europe what it is. And interesting your point, Jos, about wanting more direct investment from China. Most people well, perhaps you will know, but it's USA is the largest FDI contributor, net contributor of FDI to Europe. It's not China, it's nobody else. So and it kind of gives you a different sense of where Mr. Trump might be going. Now, there's been a lady at the back. All I could see was your hand, because there's a very tall chap in front of you. So I will give you a chance, because you've been so patient, but I just saw this waving hand. That's what it was. Please do, I'm going to go to questions and I'll come back for another round. Please, your name and your question.
Thank you for giving me the words. Mariella Di Ciommo from ECDPM. I'm glad because I've heard many times in the interventions this morning that countries outside of Europe, beyond China, so countries in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America, play a role in this discussion in many ways. I think this is important. My question is maybe for Jos and for Mr. Delbeke, around the fact that however you look at this story, it must be a triangulation that involves China. It has to regard China in Europe, but also the role that China plays in these countries. And I think this regards, for example, the role they play in the mining industry, but also investments in manufacturing, for example, in Brazil on EV cars. So in a way, China is everywhere. And I think something that is on my mind is, if the objective is to avoid China, this is going to be very difficult. But there is a question of how do you partner with China and with these countries as well. So I wanted to have a perspective on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Jos, I'm going to start with you on that point, and then I'll work my way around. So there are a number of, you could reflect on the points that are being asked, but in particular, this thing about trying to find a different kind of deliberation or a position on the Made in Europe thing, which you already have. But your reflection on the question that's just been asked by the lady at the back.
Well, I think we in Europe, we have to adapt to the reality that China is now a very important industrial player. You know, we were for far too long, you know, thinking that the EU and United States and other countries, you know, were predominant in the rest of the world. And I think the reality is that China is there as well, and we have to accommodate to new forms of cooperation with them. And I think that is, I would say, welcome in the new world. That is where we are. And tomorrow it may be that India, or the day after it may be that other countries are going to join the club. So I think we have to be grown up and talk to one another and keep the lines open. On the question related to technology and in particular, you know, having here the European Commission in as far as research and development financing is concerned, I think we have to keep investing in the next generation of solar panels and wind energy and batteries and all this kind of stuff that we will need in a low carbon world. And I think we are not yet knowing half of the technologies that we need when we want a net zero world by the end of the century, what we agreed in Paris. So we have to continue investing on new technologies, new generations of technologies, and have an open mind on that. We know that some of the things went not as good as we hoped they would. Take green hydrogen, much more technologically challenging, much more expensive, etc. But there are other things that worked very well. Think renewable energy with our partners in China and all over the world on wind energy, on heat pumps, and you name it, all these new technologies are having a stage of development as of now, but there may be new generations of technology in this and other technologies that are going to turn out very attractive in the low carbon future that we will have. After all, we are now with approximately 10 billion people on the world. That's 10 times more than in 1900. So that is quite challenging to offer a decent standard of living to those 9 to 10 billion people that are now there. And also there, we have to be very intelligent and pragmatic and adapt to that new reality as well.
I think the point you make is really right there about pragmatism, and actually not just thinking about China right now, but India's fast growing and taking over a number of the technological kind of standpoints that China had before, and that you will see that you'll see that in you'll see that in Africa and Latin America. I think one of the things that we have not a reality of is that Europe is an aging population. Young people are in Africa, in Latin America, and India, let's not forget. So rather than plan for the next 5 years, think about the next 20 to 30 in terms of the way in which the world is going to be. I want to just go back to you, sorry, solar panels. If you just get the mic back to it's a question. Are you currently, on the point that Joss just made, are you currently investing in thinking about new age technology for solar? And are you doing that in partnership with someone like Signe? Not directly Signe, but are you doing that in partnership with the EU? Because let me tell you, it occurs to me when I look at the installation costs for solar panels, access to poor communities who haven't got a clue and don't know how to get solar panels on their houses, because actually the middle classes do, right? But actually we need the majority of social housing to have the solar panels, but they don't know how to do it very quickly. So tell us, what's the A, access, but B, research on new age?
I would start with B. So yes, we do a lot of research. We have a research park that you actually cannot imagine in terms of largeness, right? So it's really impressive. But we do also work with Europeans, yes. We have a partnership with the Madrid University, for example. We do have partnerships with the Fraunhofer Institute, so one of the big German research institutes. So we do foster research on a global scale because you need the brains of everyone, and sometimes you can't find them in one location. You need to really cooperate, and that's, I think, the point that I was trying to make before. Yes, China is very strong in solar. We have actually enabled, now coming to your first point, access of poorer or mid, economic classes to renewable energy. It would not have been possible if technology and manufacturing had, stayed just in Europe. It's just not possible. The scalability is not possible in Europe. And what I'm saying that is, when you come to factories in China, for example, it's kilometers of production. Europe doesn't have the topography to actually build such a large-scale manufacturing site. So you have to also find the right market segments to sell your product, right? Certain technologies, certain products can be done here because there's a market, and some things don't work so well.
Thank you. You're just reinforcing Joss's new reference to Made with Europe. Perhaps that will have currency, Joss. But thank you for that. I'm going to go to our two Chinese counterparts here. First, I'm going to ask yourself, you want to go to Professor Tsai? Tsai, please, would you respond to the questions around the issue of red lines, or understanding each other in terms of what Ukraine means to Europe as a threat? And do we recognize that? How do we make sure we're able to have some sense of respecting our respective constraints and red lines in the context of trying to make things work better in collaboration?
Yes, I'm so happy to be part of the discussion. I heard a lot of questions from our audience, including the Ukraine and some other. I think, firstly, we didn't have a comprehensive understanding about Chinese stance and also the basic truths. Yes, maybe some people now in Europe, they are criticizing that China is trying to align with Russia and for China and Europe, we have some divergences on the situation and also the end of the crisis. But I would like to point out one fact that at the same time, China is doing business with Russia. But at the same time, China is doing business with Ukraine. China now is the biggest trading partner with Ukraine. And for the last year, more than 20% of the export from China to Ukraine. So I don't think that we just take some, data saying that, okay, China is supporting Russia because they are a very big trade war every year. And also, I think that for this issue, I understand that recently the European public opinion or media, they were discussing the exchange between Minister Wang and his counterpart in European Union about how big of a difference between China and Europe, because China could not accept the result that Russia will be defeated. It looks like, yes, a kind of a showcase that we are not only a systemic rival, even we are become a strategic rival. But I don't agree with this point. I think that now it gives another approach for us. Say that once there will be some deadlock for a long time between Russia and Ukraine, so we can try to open a new way to discuss, especially in the frame that how could China and Europe, we can do something more to find out a solution to deal with not the issue of Ukraine and also the bigger issue that there is a kind of a sustainable European security architecture. Once we try to shift the focus from just Ukraine or the, who will win, I think that we can have a wider vision. We can have a, bigger, idea for this solution. And finally, for this issue of so-called forced technology transfer from the lady, I think the two key points is the transfer, technology transfer is forced or not. According to Chinese law, not allowed any kind of a forced technology transfer. Another, I think, key point is who will take the action? Is the government? Is the companies? Is the investors? I do understand this, psychology from the European side that, okay, maybe China or United States, they did or they are doing something to have this so-called technology transfer. I don't want to talk about the history, but I just want to say that for the current issue, a kind of a reciprocal treatment, just like the European Union always emphasizes. Even as we understand that on the level of business, of the companies, this technology transfer is a kind of a natural consequences once they get some closer and closer cooperation. But of course, once it becomes a regulation from the European Union, it will change the nature of this, cooperation between business. And finally, yes, I think that now the major issue is how could we promote our confidence, and then once we try to have some more mutual trust, I think a very important precondition is we should have some more self-confidence and mutual confidence. I do agree with Professor Jules mentioned that, for example, the green transformation, the nature of this green economy is how could we try to take a responsibility for the younger generation. I think it's the same case for China and the European Union.
Yeah.
So I think on this regard, we should make a balance that, okay, we will try to create a kind of a security, maybe illusion of a security, once we try to close our market, but maybe the price is we will lose more and more benefits for our younger generation. Just like what happened, the mother mentioned, okay, how could the European Union avoid China in other markets? So my question about it is, why European Union will or try to avoid China?
Okay.
Chinese economy is a very, very important part of the world economy. How could you will try to avoid China?
Okay.
I don't think that China is trying to avoid the European Union. China is trying to, get some more cooperation and open the market to European Union. So I think, yes, finally, we need to find the joint or common ground is we need to still
Okay.
to open each other.
Thank you very much. I'm running
Thank
out
you.
of time, but thank you for your contribution. Professor Yan.
Yeah, okay. Since Professor Cui have answered the two questions, and I just want to add something to support or anchor my friend's idea on cooperation. Number one, I think both China and Europe are the two major important forces, positive, constructive, for world today and tomorrow. Second, Europe is good at having and thinking norms, regulations. China is good at putting out principles and giving the slogans. If we combine these two and to make it sounds great and works feasibly. And thirdly, I think for China, we must know that we are the latecomer. We are just catching up. There are so many things that we can learn from Europe. For instance, in Brussels, on the street side, I see so many cars parking over there, that they are very compact ones. But if you are in Beijing, Shanghai, the big vans, a Jeep, only for this, we can learn a lot for climate change and the green economy and well behavior from individuals and every families, of course. And I think Europeans would find the strength in China to help each other. But I leave it to the Europeans to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to, if you pass the mic on to Signe. Signe, reflect on the conversation, because we're actually running out of time. I've only got 7 minutes or so. So my apologies. I'll try and take one if I can. But I want to give you the opportunity to respond to the kind of equality of, let's say, market share, I put it that way. But in terms of, you mentioned it before, it's been asked again. The woman from the Danish newspaper also makes reference to some of this. What's your reaction, your response?
Well, first of all, I'm a trade economist by education. So free trade is part of my DNA. I also started to work in the Commission in Digitrade, being in the lead of WTO Doha round of negotiations, which unfortunately we were not able to conclude. If we had been able to do so, perhaps the world would have looked a bit different today. At the same time, so basically, yes, of course, we need trade, we need international trade, but using also the words that Joost Delbeke used, it needs to be balanced. And we also need to see that in trade there is the fair play. And really, when I speak about the opportunities of collaborating on green tech in particular, because that was the focus of the discussion, Here, what I'd like to remind you is that China's innovation policies have managed to create strong Chinese players, indeed, who look at the European market for exports. And this is natural, but it also has been done through a number of means that have resulted in overcapacities in this area that the EU has no longer afford to absorb in its entirety. Again, when I was in DG Trade, we started a global forum on steel overcapacities. But, well, it was a dead end because it didn't end up in changing Chinese policies on that. Actually, the contrary has happened. So the overcapacities have been created in more and more different areas. Solar panels, one of those, but not the only one. Overcapacity really harms the ability of our own European companies to innovate in Europe by reducing market share and in turn R&I budget. You know that we worked extremely hard to reduce our energy-related dependency on Russia after Russia's attack on Ukraine. And we've done so at a very high cost. So we cannot become independent on any other third country for our energy-related technologies and infrastructures. So really, we need to be autonomous in the area that carries with it also security considerations. And I hope that our Chinese friends would also understand that. And finally, if I may, as I'm Estonian by nationality, I can assure you that the threat from Russia to Europe is a really real one. And we really need to take that into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you on that point. I'm sorry to those of you who want to ask questions. I don't have the time. About the Ukraine, Pete.
No. I can certainly reply to that.
Yes.
Yeah, I can certainly reply to that. Well, indeed, I already mentioned that we've restricted collaboration with China on innovation actions, and nothing changes until the end of that program, because now the articles in the press that you referred to, namely, are being based on still the draft work program, which hasn't been decided, but draft work program until the end of that program, 26-27. So basically, the principles will remain the same. What we needed to do is to close some of the gaps which are still remaining there, but the principles will remain the same, and the reasons, underlying reasons as well.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, that's all I have time for. I'm afraid it's 2 minutes to go, and you need to have a coffee break before you go into the next session. That will be, I absolutely expect will be as riveting, I hope, as you think this morning was, and expertly led by my colleague Valbona, who will be doing the next session. But before you do go, thank you very much, and I hope you found this to be a frank, direct, fairly honest exchange of views. But the one thing is, as I started in the introduction, I don't think we're living in a world where we have the luxury of behaving like we did in the past. I think we need to receive wisdom with a sharp stick in the eye, and really think differently about how we are able to collaborate and, I suppose, reinvent a diplomacy and a diplomatic framework for the future. As some of us have said here, it shouldn't be about just a reaction to Mr. Trump. We really need to think long and hard about the demographic changes in Europe, in China, in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They will determine our mid-century and long-term century kind of aspects of what kind of society we'll have in the future. Thank you all very much. Thanks to all of you for being with us, and thanks to you for being engaging and participating. You have half an hour. So you have a good half an hour for a break. You're back in this room. If you are leaving now, please return your headsets. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed the coffee break. We had a very good conversation this morning. My name is Valbona Zanelli. I am a senior fellow with Friends of Europe and also a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council. It's my great pleasure to be here with you today. As I was listening this morning to the conversation, I was actually thinking about the motto of Friends of Europe, which is connect, debate, and change. And that's what we are here to do today. We really need to share our thoughts, our ideas, the challenges, concerns, opportunities, in order to have a constructive conversation that brings positive change. As it was mentioned more times, yesterday during the dinner, but also this morning, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the EU-China diplomatic relations. There have been so many articles out there all this year about that. And we know that European Union, but Europe more in general, and China are deeply interconnected through trade, investment, technology, but also they share global challenges such as climate change, AI governance, all issues that you know very well and were more times repeated during the conversation this morning. Yet this interdependence also brings challenges. Some of those were mentioned this morning. More, I think, will be mentioned during this panel. And I could point into the big trade deficits that exist between the European Union and China, the issues of market access, overcapacities, some restrictions on critical raw materials, supply chains dependence, et cetera, et cetera. So I believe it's a timely moment to reflect on how far this relationship has come and how far both sides really want to move, can move forward in the future towards a more balanced and constructive cooperation. And so the key questions that we will discuss in this panel that will focus, as you see from the title, into on economics. How do you strike a balance between divergences to closer economic cooperation? So how can both sides then identify shared challenges and then based on that design cooperation that is realistic, balanced, and future-oriented? And with that, I would like to introduce this great panel here. We have Mr. Bernd Wiewert. He is the head of cabinet to Commissioner Šefčovič, the European Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, Interinstitutional Relations and Transparency. Thank you, Bernd, for being with us today. You have been working for a very long time with the Commission, and you have so much wealth of experience that we're happy to listen from you today. Then we have Professor Wang Yiwei. He is the director of the Institute of International Affairs and Center for European Union Studies at the Renmin University in China. But I know that you are also a diplomat here, so you understand very well how EU works. And then Mr. Sebastian Schwark. He is a senior fellow at the Global Solutions Initiative and also the CEO of SecNewGate Germany, Deutschland. Mr. Jia Hui, he is connected online. He is the director of the Department of International Political Studies at the National Institute for Global Strategy at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Last but not least, Ms. Lin Liang. She's the Director of Communications and Research at the China Chamber of Commerce to the European Union. So let me start with Mr. Wiewert. Give us a snapshot of where we stand, where the European Union and China stand in terms of economic trade investment relations. As I mentioned, we have the 50th anniversary. The summit last year that took place in Beijing was an important step forward. So where are we? In a very quick 1-minute elevator speed snapshot, where do we stand? Oh, yes.
Sounds like an interview for a senior management position in the commission. Thanks a lot, first of all, for the invitation and for the Friends of Europe and China, if I can say so, to organize this very timely event, 50th anniversary. We have also some royal sunshine over us. The king is currently in China, so there are a lot of important visits. I think it's a very impressive development of the relationship over the 50 years. I think it's a mutually important relationship. You mentioned connect, debate, exchange, change. So really the focus on mutually important, but the mutually responsibility comes with it, with opportunities. I think we have seen. I mean, I was the first time in 2008 in China. We have seen really a very remarkable and enormous development technologically, economically in China. And I think we recognize the mutual interest of a good relationship. I still, of course, at this point have to say, and you asked me notably to look at trade and trade investments, that it's not only sunny, but it's there are clouds. I think also in terms of perception of both sides. I mean, of course, you can cite some indicators. For us, what is important to say that we want to have, of course, a level playing field. We see some challenges if you look at the trade deficit and some of the barriers. But here I wanted to say for us there are three principles for our relationship. And the first and really the foremost is about engagement and dialogue, and that's what you are practicing also in the event today. The second, what everyone around the world is doing is, of course, we are not decoupling. This is not our interest. We are defining our own interest vis-à-vis the world, and it's about de-risking, diversification. And my commissioner is reaching out to the whole world, also to conclude new trade relations. And last point, and I will stop here, which comes currently because we are in a new, if I can say so, geopolitical and geoeconomic sphere. We have to address also more forcefully some negative impacts with our autonomous tool and also trade defense interests. But all in all, the most important thing we really cherish, we value, and we want to ensure a positive dialogue with China across many areas of the sectors.
Well, thank you very much. You started with engagement, dialogue, and also you closed your remarks with dialogue. So that really shows the importance of engagement. But there are also some challenges out there, and that's why the EU is looking at different strategies in terms of diversification. And I want to point out at one issue on more specific, and that is the fact that the imposing of export restrictions on rare earths and batteries, and as well as related technologies and equipment. The novelty with those restrictions was that they were also extraterritorial, the extraterritorial dimension of those measures. And so we would like to really understand better and hear from you how these recent developments are impacting EU's policy on China.
Thanks for the second question. It will not be only Commission panel. I understand, but of course there's a lot of interest. I fully see. I mean, if I can just at the outset again reiterate what I said at the beginning, the importance of the bilateral relationship. It's more than 730 billion in 2024. So there are mutual interests. But also shared responsibilities, which go hand in hand.
May I interrupt you? Is it true that the trade deficit in 2025 will increase of about $120 billion more?
I don't have the crystal ball with me in terms of figures. Of course, if you look, you have to distinguish both in terms of values and in volumes. And if you look at volumes, the figures are going quite significantly up. So we might reach it. Of course, it's not only all about trade deficits. It's about the level playing field. And of course, we were very concerned about the announcement of export restriction measures, both in April and in October. You've been now referring to the October measures. It's true that China is not the only country who's applying these measures. If you look around the globe, but they are of course quite far-reaching, and particularly the October one. You probably all know that the October measures have been now suspended for at least a year, and we of course very much welcome this announcement. But it's not a solution. It's a postponement, and we are currently actively, intensively, and constructively engaging with the mission of China. I'm happy to see Mr. Peng here also as a trade counselor with MOFCOM and also at the political level between the minister and Commissioner Šefčovič to work towards a general licensing system, because I think companies who were involved in the April measure will confirm that this was a very complicated, cumbersome process, also in terms of which informations were asked. So I think there's a mutual interest to work towards a general licensing system, as with other partners. If I can say just at the end, I'm sure we'll come towards this. I mentioned mutual responsibility on both sides, EU and China. But of course, disruption of supply chain might accelerate also the process of further de-risking. It's not about decoupling, about further diversification efforts. We all know one particular case which is currently in the headlines of the newspapers. You probably know that the Commission is preparing 2 new initiatives which should still be adopted this year, Resource EU and the Industrial Accelerator Act. I cannot say much more in detail because it's still in preparation, but I just wanted to mention them as example of our de-risking efforts. But again, the aim is not decoupling, it's about our engagement and really to reinforce the mutual relationship and to resolve constructively the challenges and the problems we are facing.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the great and very comprehensive explanation. And I'd like to go to Professor Wang. Maybe starting with the very first question. How do you see, give us a snapshot from where you stand of the economic relations between the EU and China?
Thank you. 2008, 2011, I worked in the Chinese mission to the European Union, so always come back home. During that time, I was professor at the Fudan University Center for American Studies. But after my career, and then I shifted from American Studies to the European Studies. So now I'm the Yomle Chair Professor at the Renmin University of China. So this is confidence about Europe. So I shifted my research focus. We trust Europe.
Is it easier? Is it easier for you and your students to study the EU than the United States?
Well, of course, all the transitions are not so easy. You know, Professor Yang is always my tutor in American Studies when I'm based in Shanghai. So take care of me very well and educate me. So I now shift to European Studies. European is more complex in US.
Okay, yeah.
So of course, but my background actually is environmental engineering. So I work in a factory, and then I moved to international relations, also a huge challenge, right? And then the world also transformation in the digital and the green. So compared to 15 years ago, when I work in Brussels, I think things happened, changed a lot. During my working period, it's a Chinese complaint about market economy style, about arms control, arms sales because of the Tiananmen Square incident. dumping, anti-dumping, It's more Chinese complaint about that. Now it's more European complaint, sorry to say that. So it's like a little bit of change. Another observation is during my working career is Obama's period, so-called G2. And the Europeans never said, well, why not G3? Now Trump said G2 again. But Europeans do not talk about why not G3, right? I didn't hear any people saying from that. United States, actually, their GDP, their science, technology, everything, still number one. Not so many change, 20% or 25, 23%. But the European Union, to be frankly, the ratio in the world GDP, in the science, technology, relatively declining. And then you complain about China. I think maybe we complain about US also as well. The water changed. So why last night we have dinner, we said there are 4 wars in Europe after the end of the Cold War, from Kosovo War, Georgia War, Crimea War, now Ukraine War, no war in Asia. Why Europeans more complain about that? So my maybe if you trust me, I think I make the recommendation is look to that tomorrow from the day after tomorrow. If you looked at tomorrow from yesterday, from the day before yesterday, and then complain, actually you lost many opportunities.
You mentioned a series of events, but you did not mention that you were here during the financial crisis, and that was,
yes,
the main,
all many crises.
The main, yeah.
Financial crisis and
that's why let's
debt crisis.
get back to economics.
So then I think European Union still have 5 comparative advantages compared to China. We have 4 in the 50 years the documents of the 15 5-year plan. I prefer you to read carefully. This is very important for China-European cooperation. Before we say 3 sevens, in the past 7 decades, China lived the poverty of more than 700 million, contributed more than 70% of the world. That's the past. In the coming 10 years, we will double our middle class from current 400 million to 800 million. So that's remarkable, never achieved in the world history, even the European Union. All the middle class in the US and the European Union shrinking. So that's the reason the core values shrinking, populists, nationalists, and Trump elected. So now we will double our middle class. What is meaning for Europe, for our cooperation? I think we should learn the lessons from history. During my working period, you look down upon to China, move China from Galileo system. Then China have our Beidou, to be frankly more advanced than Europeans now. So now you complain about horizontal plans, 2026, 2027, in a key research innovation carriers kick off China. You will lose more opportunities for comparative advantage in the future. And the US more advanced, and then at the cost of the European decline. Sorry to say that. Even now the US, if you ban China, you actually lose the opportunity.
You're not the only one, because both reports, Letta and Draghi, have mentioned that.
So that's the reason I make recommendations that you have the Delagi report, or we have a 15th 5-year plan. I'm currently also advisor of the Beijing Tianjin municipal cities 15th 5-year plan. So I started very carefully. Actually, we should have more opportunities to work together to make our 2 dreams come to truth. So that's basically my view. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. I'll follow up with the second point. How do you see that from Beijing's perspective? How do you see the EU's economic security and de-risking agenda? It was explained very well from Mr. Wiewert earlier that this is about diversification. It's not decoupling. How do you get that? Perceptions count.
Decouple with China, impossible, definitely.
Well,
because
de-risking. I meant de-risking.
De-risking even make more risk. Because China is the only country in the world which has all the categories in the international systems, according to the United Nations. According to the UN report, by 2030, that means 5 years later, China will produce 45% of the manufactured goods in the world.
But Professor, should we talk about interdependence here, also in trade, or dependence only?
Okay,
and
strategic autonomy, we definitely support. You know, you have 27 embassies in Beijing, plus the delegation. If you united as one, easygoing. Our embassies separate from Berlin, Paris, and Brussels. Our Chinese mission to the European Union cannot send order to our ambassador in Berlin, Paris should work for them. No, we cannot do that. You are easygoing. You are all located just opposite side, and the German ambassador and the ambassador of European Union. So for you, it's easygoing. For the structural autonomy, definitely China support. We need a multipolar world. We don't like a unipolar world. We don't like G2, right? So we encourage, support European integration even more than any other members of the European Union. When I work in Brussels, just before the Brexit, now you understand, China more support the European integration.
Yes.
The real independence of the European Union is from the United States.
What
Because
should
you
we
don't have
do
your search engine. Everything, to be frankly, I read a book recently, Digital Imperialism, Digital Colonization. This happened.
This is more economics. The first panel was more on the political dimensions. So let's tell me, what should we do in order to have a better cooperative partnership between the European Union and China when it comes to the issues that Mr. Beaver just mentioned regarding rare earth restrictions, please.
Okay. Recently, the king of Spain is visiting China. I think Spain is a good model for other European countries that can separate of the so-called risk and opportunity. The US, that also NATO member, right? But sees the opportunity from China. Huawei, for instance. If you ban Huawei, 5G, you are losing your competitive advantage, right? So I think it's your wisdoms of your statement leaders. Not blame China because of the Ukraine. China never recognized the territory occupied by Russia be the Russian territory. We didn't recognize. So you should support China, actually, in this regard. If China sells more weapons to Russia, the war will be won in the favor of Russia. See, the military parade, China has so many advanced weapons, right? So come back.
You heard in the first panel that this is a real, security challenge.
Okay. The rare earth control actually is China's response to the U.S. because of the sanctions to China. We have to use this. Unfortunately, it's not good China to use that. For a long time, China joined WTO for 25 years, right? It's very stable, free trade. We always support multilateral and free trade. But Trump sanctions to China. Trump, not just tariff, but also science technology restriction to Chinese, even students. So China has no choice but to use this to remind the US back to the WTO, back to the multilateralism. And then China lifted the sanctions. So it's good we should work together to limit Trump's, irresponsible choice.
Well, it looks like there was a good meeting, a deal between President Trump and President Xi. Please, Sebastian, bring us back to economics. From the perspective of the businesses in Europe, how do you see this? How do you see the future of EU-China economic relations, also giving the current challenges that we're seeing?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's difficult to pivot here now back to economics because I think the issues that we have in economics are really the geopolitical polarization that we're seeing. And Mr. Beaver also mentioned that we're moving into like a more geoeconomic era. Which essentially means that because of geopolitical polarization, we're seeing frictions in trade as well. And I think that the tariffs that you mentioned, that Mr. Trump is indiscriminately slapping on everybody for whatever reason he comes up with in the morning, and in the afternoon he might change his mind, are of course not helping. But I think they're just a symptom of a larger shift that really is at the core of the problem. And so from where we sit as Global Solutions Initiative, we're committed to multilateralism on the political level, but also then to open trade on the economic level. Those challenges are interconnected. And to the extent that we see further geopolitical polarization, and from our European perspective, of course, the Russian assault on Ukraine is inexcusable and really the core challenge there. The question then becomes, how can we overcome those geopolitical challenges to safeguard an economic system that really over the past 30 years has benefited China as much as Europe? Mm-hmm. How can we retain that? And I don't have all the answers here, but I think what I would like to expressed that from where we sit at the Global Solution Initiative, we would invite China to have a clearer idea how to structure this post-American world in a way that is fair and open and just and guarantees open markets with, to your point, Mr. Beaver, a level playing field for all sides. And of course, I mean, we talked through a bunch of the issues. The restrictions on rare earth are, of course, existential for us as well. So that's not helpful. But I don't want to talk about the issues. I want to talk actually about a positive vision for the future. What could that look like?
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
what we need. We need some. We should not admire issues, problems. Let's come up with some creative solutions.
Exactly. Yes.
So, do you have some?
Well, I mean, I think in the short term, we're playing defense, right? So on the one hand, we need to kind of safeguard the international, the multilateral institutions that we have, starting with the G20, but also the WTO, et cetera, et cetera. I think what the challenge that I can solve, and I don't have a clear visibility on, is all of those institutions essentially kind of grew out of kind of a Pax Americana after World War II. And then the question is, if China is unhappy with that Pax Americana, what is it proposing to replace it that also ticks the same boxes that the Pax Americana did for Europe?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lin, so based on your position here, and you have lived for quite some time here in Brussels, and you are responsible for communications at the China Chamber of Commerce to the EU. What are you hearing from the Chinese businesses operating here in the European Union? What are some challenges? Where do you see the biggest areas for opportunities for the future? And maybe vice versa. If you put yourself in the shoes of a European company that's operating in China, what will be some of the challenges that you see there too?
A lot of questions. Let me begin with saying that I feel so honored to back to the very significant event for the second time. Yes, I'm really still in the mood of our flagship report launch. It was yesterday in the morning, so it was based on our survey with like 205 Chinese companies and organizations operating across Europe. So it's a 4 months research, and the outcome was quite very intriguing, if I can put it in this way. So basically, I think against the headwinds would be a lot of the downward trending of the global trade and so on and so on. But Chinese business are doing still fine with regard to performance. That, for instance, the 80%, over 80% of them, they reported that the business performed rather stable or positive. So on the other hand, of course, that this is kind of one key concept. We also follow the evaluation of the business environment for the Chinese companies in the EU. So not to upset Bernd, but the thing is that we register that for the 6th consecutive year that the Chinese business community's overall evaluation of the EU's business environment declined for the 6 consecutive years. So I would say that the finding could serve as kind of, a call, if not a wake-up call, but it's more about how, because we really welcome that the Commission is doing at this moment to simplify, to reduce the red tape and so on and so on. But also, I would like to echo what my very distinguished co-panelists just said. There are also some elements playing. For instance, again, not to provoke, the Commission, again, is about, for instance, the de-risking and economic security. And in our survey, we defined that over 90% of survey companies, they reported that their business operations will unfortunately receive negative impact based on the strategy from the EU. But we are not here to complain.
So where exactly?
What exactly?
So what exactly?
For instance, about the polarization of commercial issues, so politics. So as I said, the business in the sentiment, we break it down into like 10 dimensions. We ask our companies to give their opinion, for instance, about what's the policy environment for the business and what's the infrastructure, talent environment, so 10 dimensions. But basically...
so what are the top 3 concerns?
Well, politics. This is the biggest element that dragging down the overall evaluation. And for this year, quite surprisingly to us as well, because a lot of companies, they are also quite worried about the cost of labor in the EU. Well, many of them listed as the most pressing challenge for them. And while the third one is actually related to innovation cooperation, because we see some of our companies are excluded from the, so let's say the strategic areas in terms of the research and innovation cooperation. So we see this kind of a selected decoupling in some specific areas, in high tech in particular.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other way around.
The other way around, we cannot speak for our European counterparts.
You should have studies out there. Come on.
I mean, no, the thing is, of course. I mean, we very carefully.
Top 3
very carefully.
challenges.
For them, it's all written in their position paper. So, but I would say we had a really quite good conversation with our counterparts, and we discussed quite a lot. So we share some like concerns in specific areas about, well, we never discussed the trade deficit, because I mean, the trade deficit is not scientific indication of the trade relations. So it's never the
financial.
No, the thing is that just one very simple sentence, because the value of the it was counted like the whole, for instance, iPhone. In the end, it resembled in China, and it was counted as a whole. But actually, I think for Chinese workers, there's 10%, I would say. So let's just say it's not a very scientific indication. Yeah, for other challenges, we would like to have more cooperation. But the thing is that there are a lot of discussion that are also coming from the legislation barriers actually posed by the EU side, for instance, the CSDDD and so on and so on. So they're also fighting a lot of the pressure from back home here. So for their concerns in the Chinese market, I mean, well, we didn't go further because we're really representing our business operating on the ground here.
Mm-hmm. Good. Thank you. So that brings me to Mr. Zhou, who is connected online. I'll go back a little bit to geoeconomics, geopolitics. So with the US-China trade tensions shaping now global markets, and we know that the United States for a very long time has been, one of the main, markets, export markets for China. Now the European Union is the most important. How can the EU and China maintain stable trade and investment relations, also in areas such as, it was mentioned, critical raw materials, electric vehicles, while navigating those geopolitical pressures?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this important meeting. I think it's a great pleasure and honor to be to participate. However, it's very unfortunate that I cannot be present by myself. I think it's very important to reiterate this point, which is that the uncertainty and the tension will continue. Even though with the sort of truth between US and China, the US domestic problem will continue to show that they will not be satisfied with the temporary solution. Not only US and China, but also like US and EU, US, Japan, and all those bilateral deals are very unstable, as we know. So in the long run,
Can we get Mr. Zhou back, or? We have difficulties hearing you.
I think, can
Can you hear us? We cannot hear you anymore.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
you're
can,
back.
I can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay, you're back. Thanks. Your last
Actually, I
words
can
were-
hear myself.
Okay, great.
Can you kill the loop?
Yeah, no, we can hear you fine.
All right.
Okay.
So my first point is pretty straightforward, which is this current tension will continue.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have some technical problems. So let's do this. Once we have fixed it, we'll come back to you. But now I'd like to maybe go ahead and take some questions from the audience. See, we need to do better when it comes to technology. Okay, great. We'll start with the lady there. You, please. Yes. And we'll group 2-3 questions together.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Marije Vlaskamp. I'm a Dutch journalist from newspaper De Volkskrant. And my question is...
Even though...
Okay, go ahead, please.
My question is directed at Mr. Biervert, and I also asked it in the first panel. There is an idea in the European Commission that Europe needs mandatory technology transfer from non-EU investors. Could you tell us a little bit more where that plan is sitting? Is it still in the pipeline? Is it just a brainstorm, or is it actually going forward? And with regard as what the Chinese speakers in the first session also said, is that going to be a government task or something informally arranged between businesses? So everybody would like to know a little bit more about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please.
Thanks. This is Finbar Birmingham from the South China Morning Post. I have two questions. The first is, we had the Dutch economy minister this morning in an interview in The Guardian saying that regarding the Nexperia crisis, he would do exactly the same thing again if the situation arose. I would like to ask the panelists, particularly Mr. Bivert, Lin, everybody to comment on that. The second question specifically for Bernd, if I may. It's now been, I think, around a year since Commissioner Šefčovič took the reins at DG Trade. How would you assess the EU-China trade relationship and how things have developed in that year? We've obviously had some... I've been very busy writing about it, so I'd be interested to know how it's seen from the Commission. Is it in a good place or a bad place? Thank you.
Please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll distribute the questions.
My name is Zheng Yu, and friends from the Friends of Europe like to call me Yu because it's easier to pronounce and remember. I'm the Deputy Defense Advisor from the Mission of China here to the European Union. This morning, I heard from a lot of panelists about the word leveling, sorry for my English, leveling the playground.
Playing.
But it seems to me, and a lot of friends from China, that the European Union is not leveling the playground, instead of building walls on the playground. For example, you read the headlines of the EU Active website this morning. The headline will be a science Great Wall rising on China from EU. And so for me, it seems that I remembered that 20 years ago, when China was forbidden from International Space Station program, but see, 20 years later, the Chinese astronauts are enjoying barbecue of chicken wings in the Chinese space station. So I'm kind of worried because European Union had once been a good example of innovation, of competitiveness, of all these things. But now, building all these walls, this question will be for Mr. Bivert and other panelists.
A lot of questions for him, so you can just have Mr. B at the coffee break during lunch.
Yes. So what this signal? What kind of signal would this protectionist measures send to the European industry? What it means that no worries,
European Union institutions will protect you no matter what happened. Would it be jeopardizing the long-term competitiveness of European industry? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with you very briefly, but then I'd like to hear also from the other panelists. Very brief answers.
Sure. No. Thanks a lot for the questions. We have also, of course, midday briefings. In principle, you cannot quote me, only spokes. But I fully understand your question, and they are very valid. I mean, if I can start with a Dutch colleague on mandatory technology transfer. So this links to the overall question about foreign direct investments. And if they could or should be conditioned. I mean, first of all, let me start by saying that we are an extremely open economy. I would say we are the most open economy on the planet. We value trade relationships and partnerships. And we are also extremely open for investments, including from China. I'm not going to bore you here with figures. My team prepared me a lot of figures. If I look in investment, I mean, China has been very active and also very successful. For instance, in the electric vehicle supply chain. So we are open. We continue to be open and interested. But of course, the challenge and the question is that we want to participate in the added value of investments, and that's an absolutely legitimate objective. So you have been rightly, and also the professor was focusing in, even if in a very assertive manner, but you've been focusing rightly so on the technological progress. And I also said at the outset, which is very impressive. If I also compare my first visit and the recent visit, I think Europe has helped China a lot in its economic development with a lot of technology transfers. And reversely, we would also like now to benefit when it comes to investment. So it's about added value. It's about local jobs. It's about joint ventures, and that's an absolutely legitimate objective which China has been also exercising in China. Now the question is, how do you translate it? There the final calls have not yet been made. You have probably seen that in our Clean Industrial Deal, this issue has already been addressed, and the automotive sector was identified as the first sector to discuss with our partners how such an inbound or conditioning of inbound investment could take place. It's of course also linked to FDI screening. You know that we are currently also reviewing our FDI regulations. So we are still looking at different possibilities. One could be to address this issue in the forthcoming Industrial Accelerator Act. As I said, it's still in the drafting phase, so I cannot say more. But in the end, again, let me stress that it's about ensuring that there's an added value also for us. In the end, if you invest and if you want also to sell your products, you need consumers who have well-paid jobs and are able to buy also the products. So in the end, it's in the mutual interest. But let me here again stress that we are an extremely open economy, and we are very interested in further receiving foreign direct investment. Maybe this links to the question of the journalists and colleagues from the diplomatic services on the level playing field, if I can.
Yes, please.
Because it links to the overall trade relations, and then also the question about 1 year in office
Well, you have to talk about your boss.
Of my
so.
boss, exactly. Again, I mean, let me stress that in our legal economic analysis, we really see Europe as the most open economy, and China has been very much benefiting and is still benefiting, and hopefully also will benefit from it. But there are some, in particular, some sectors where we are facing increasing challenges. If I take the steel sector, and it's only natural and legitimate that in particular in strategic sector now we are looking how can we preserve our own competitiveness, which is also strategic when it comes to other sectors. So I'm addressing the issue of overcapacity. It's not only China, it's also other countries. So I would like to avoid that it's everything about pro or anti-China. We are engaging with almost everyone around the world, but we need to address this issue. And simply trade barriers. I mean, we have tariff barriers, but we have a lot of non-tariff barriers. And we see that there's no playing field or playing ground. We are engaging constructively with colleagues by identifying and then trying to remove them, be it in public procurement or other sectors. But one mirroring of the uneven level playing field is the trade deficit. I'm not saying it's the only indicator, but if I look at the figures between 2015 and 2024, the trade deficit has quadrupled. If you look at the volumes, it has doubled. So this is an issue which, in our view, needs to be addressed. Brings me to the 1 year after. I mean, in the first place, you should ask my boss. You have to give me your card, and then I'll try to make it possible. Look, I think he's in a very close and intensive and constructive contact with his interlocutor, Minister Wang Wentao. Mr. Peng can confirm that they are in frequent contact as well as his team. You've probably listening also to his hearing speech at the beginning, or when he was when he was subject to the parliamentary hearing where he showed openness for open review of the relationship, and I think he and Wang Wentao have engaged on a number of issues. I was referring to the beginning, the mutual rich relationship, but also the responsibilities. And there, I don't want to shy away, even if I have to be here diplomatic in this format. But of course, there are varying tendencies. So probably the situation currently is rather downwards than upwards, and we want to turn it around together. But I think what is important, and that's also what is a bit the motto you were saying. So it's about the need to engage and to have a dialogue. We have the dialogue because the moment you stop speaking to each other and also openly expressing what are the problems, but also looking for solutions, I think we would be in a much worse situation. But in the end, I mean, everyone has to look for his or her own interest. Europe will and is defining its own interests towards all sides of the planet. It's not only about US, it's not only about China, and I think we are really engaging very intensively with our trading partners. Maybe the last point, and I'm sorry if I'm too long on Nexperia. You've probably seen also the latest statement of the minister this morning. Of course, it's a bilateral issue, company issue. There are bilateral discussions between the Netherlands and China, but the case has, of course, with the disruption of chips, has a huge impact on the whole single market. I myself was surprised when I learned how many of these chips are in my car. It's an old car, it's a new car. It's a German car, but I'm not allowed to do any publicity here, but it has a lot of these chips, around 1,000. So it has a huge disruptive effect. So what the direction the case has taken is simply becoming completely disproportionate. We have stepped in. We are talking constructively with the Chinese side and with the Dutch. Also, as we speak, meetings are taking place, and we hope we can find a solution. But if I can say, and that's my last point, and it brings me back to what I said. And I'm not giving anyone here, that's not my intention, pointing with the finger, whose fault is it. I think we have here mutual responsibilities, but it simply shows vulnerabilities on our side in important sectors. And I think also the industry has a responsibility in terms of lessons learned after COVID. So we have to address these vulnerabilities, that dependencies are not being weaponized. And that's why of course, countries around the globe are reinforcing diversification effects. That's not that this is directed against someone. It's not about decoupling, but it's the completely legitimate objective of de-risking.
Well, thank you very much, Bernd. And I think it's very important that we really share and discuss each other's concerns here. And that's how we can understand each other better and come to closer to better solutions for each of us. I will not take, you're going to get me fired. If I go too long, they will not have me moderate other session. Let's take 20 seconds, very quickly, and we'll use those questions for the final round of comments, which are 1 minute each, because we only have 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
Hi, yes. Rick Retson, journalist at Dutch newspaper NRC. Since we've now had the European perspective, I was very curious if we could get the perspective from Mr. Yiwei and Ms. Linlin on the Nexperia case. What do you think you've learned from how things have gone about, and what are the lessons that both China, the EU, and the Netherlands should take from it? Thank you.
Great. Please.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Bin Jiechen from Xinhua News Agency. So I'll make it short. In the first session, I heard a lot about the term free trade with correction. So I have a question for Mr. Biivert. Can free trade with correction still be called free trade? And should EU and China try to resolve their trade dispute more in multilateral platform in WTO instead of taking bilateral measures? Thank you.
Maybe we should say free trade with fair playing field.
Hi, hello. Sacha Courtial from Jacques Delors Institute. One question to Linlin Yang. Very curious to hear about the Chinese business perspective on doing more investment in Europe and more cooperation with Europe companies, especially doing joint ventures or technology transfers. The perspective from the Chinese businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comment, please, gentleman there. We can hear you. Yeah.
Just two short questions. The first one is, what could be the cooperation between Gateway Global and the One Belt One Road? European member states are also members of the International Infrastructure Investment Bank in Beijing. So which kind of cooperation do you envisage between the two financial instruments?
Okay.
My second question is something that has not been discussed here, is a possible monetary cooperation between the international role of the euro and the international role of the renminbi.
Okay.
Any kind of thought about that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. We're going to go for a final round. We're going to start with you, Ms. Linlin. 1 minute, address with a question that you would like to address from here. And then we can continue over lunch, the conversation.
Okay, 1 minute. I'll go quickly on the Nexperia case. I think from our perspective, to simply put, that the Dutch authorities, they use a wartime law and took over 100% Chinese company-owned Dutch company. And this move, I have to bring the attention to all our participants that is sending a big wave of shocking, a big wave of shock in the business community. And I do think that it poses quite a negative, let's say, bring a very negative impact on the not only the business environment in the Netherlands, but for the EU as a whole. If I may, just about I think very important about the question about cooperation. So from our survey, we do observe that Chinese companies still have quite a big appetite of investing in EU. So for instance, our data show that half of our survey companies, they would like to expand in the EU this year. But the thing is that the figure could be much, much higher. It could go really like 90% or more. But the thing is that we do also register some barriers, for instance, FSR, FDI screening mechanism. Sorry to mention that 43% postponed investment due to the FDI screening mechanism. IPI, of course, this involves...
But still 50% want to increase them. So we discussed challenges at the beginning.
Right.
Let's talk about opportunities.
The thing is that they are postponed, so this is chilling effect on the ground. So we understand that the Commission's goal is to promote, to attract more foreign investment, but sometimes the effect, the practical effect of all those economic tools, they are contradictory to the EU's ultimate goal to promote investment and so on and so on. So right, for corporations, we do identify really. I think the potential for cooperation for Chinese and European business is just enormous. We see it's really bright, promising areas for cooperation, in particular in the green and digital twin transition from both sides. Very promising.
Thank you. Sebastian.
Well, I'll be very quick. I think we need to focus more on jointly solving the geopolitical issues that are currently creating all those fissures in trade that we talked about, and those security concerns. I mean, that's essentially the challenge about the chips, and it's also about kind of rare earth materials, et cetera. All of those issues are essentially a function, in my mind, of the geopolitical polarization, so we need to address that and build trust in order to create the mutually beneficial open trading system that we all desire.
Thank you. Professor Wang?
Thank you. Chinese progress benefit from the cooperation with Europe and the competition with US. You know, the early stage of the opening reform, the technology transfer, half from Europe, more than US, Japan, or others combined together. So China very appreciative of that. Not just technology, but also wisdom. When I work in Brussels, the 25-year plan will even, some Europeans say, even copy your strategy of 2020 strategy in inclusive development, many things, sustainable development, transition, everything. We have learned too much and learned too quickly. Now be your competitor and then otherwise, rival. So in the future, innovation also more and more benefit from the cooperation with Europe. For instance, in a macro-controlled nuclear fission, it's a man-made sun. Now in Hefei, will come to 2 years later. It's a remarkable achievement because of the cooperation in Paris. So in AI, I think the Europeans should, I don't want to use should, but mental remind me, to appreciate of the China actually be the middle way of the Europeans and Americans model. The US model of AI is Windows take all. It's capital driven. It's no regulation. Is laissez-faire. And Europe is tightened regulation, privacy, blah blah blah. And China middle way. So learn from both of you. So that's the reason China is the hope. Bridge with your competition. Not necessarily your views of China-US competition, you take a side. I think it's from long term in this regard. About the CPTPP, no one mentioned about that. Actually, China unilaterally opened more new areas for the Europe. And bilaterally, like Spain and others in the AI and big data, and then multilaterally, China applied to join CPTPP. And then European Union also think about to join CPTPP and the DIPA. And then China and Europe Comprehensive Investment Treaty were alive. So we can still have a solution. In China, one conclusion is 办法总比困难多. So solutions always more than problems. Thank you.
Yeah, if we talk, absolutely. Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry. Can you hear us? I hope that we had, I don't know if you saw, we had a cartoon here. I hope that somebody did not just draw it because of our loss of signal here during the panel. Yeah. Your final comments, if we can get you. Okay. Your final comments.
Well, I think it's very important at this point that China and EU continue to cooperate with each other, overcome the temporary and short-term problems. And there are large potentials. We don't have time to expand. However, I think if EU open its doors for more China investment and China open doors for more EU investment, future trade will increase continuously. And I think many of the current problems can be overcome, and we can achieve a mutually beneficial economic relationship in the future.
Well, thank you very much, and you also gave the concluding remarks of this panel. Join me in thanking the panelists, and I will invite here also Dramenta for the closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you, Valbona, for your expert moderation of a complex and complicated conversation. Colleagues, we're in the kind of final glide path of concluding this year's annual EU-China Forum. It's been a hell of a ride from the morning to this point. And what we're going to do now is conclude with two significant figures who don't need a lot of introduction. But, you know, there are some key messages that have come out from this morning and so far. That global governance, climate diplomacy, I can't walk, sorry, because I haven't got my thing on, so I have to stay here. Sorry. The fact that we need to make sure we think about where we can innovate collaboratively. How do we make the best use of research and development that looks at new age opportunities for current problems in our societies across the world? And actually through collaboration and let's say a sense of cooperation on the problems that actually serve up themselves to our worlds is a necessary issue for us to tackle. But also, I think one of the key messages that we've learned and heard this morning and throughout, even in this last session, is that managing interdependence, and understanding that there's a sense of mutuality and reciprocity that has to guide that sense of interdependence is really the challenge of leadership now. In this world that we find ourselves. It's the new challenge of leadership, is that to ensure that independence is managed effectively and responsibly. And that's the issue, responsible management of interdependence and not taking positions which are entrenched. Because at the end of the day, you all know this, whether it's the populations in China or in Europe, it's the poorest, the weakest, the furthest from opportunity that will suffer the most. They're the 70% of the population, both in China and in Europe. And it's they who should serve as our conscience and our compass in managing interdependence reliably. Let's not forget, and I'm going to invite our colleagues, is that combined, China and EU reflect or represent 1/5 of global GDP. 1/5 of global GDP. That data says something about the opportunity for Europe and EU to work together and differently. But also combined, we know that the rate of emissions, C2O emissions, are significant, over 50%, when you combine China and the EU. So there's a kind of challenge and opportunity there that we need to be thinking about. But I think the test that we should discuss is a new kind of leadership that manages interdependence in the way that is responsible to those that need it most. So on that note, can I please invite Baiwei to the platform here? We have a mic for you. Just over there. Unless you prefer to speak from the platform, you can absolutely do that.
Okay,
there you go.
Thank you. Oh. I know you are maybe hungry, but please, I make a short speak.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks to the collective efforts of all participants, this year's China-Europe Forum is about to conclude successfully. On behalf of one of the forum's organizers, the China Public Diplomacy Association, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Since co-hosting the China-EU Forum, the China Public Diplomacy Association has consistently upheld the conviction that the healthy and stable development of China-EU relations serves the fundamental interests of both sides. Working closely with the Friends of Europe and the Chinese mission to the EU, we have built a platform for dialogue exchanges and trust building and consensus building among experts and scholars in China and EU studies. Today, I sense the same conviction from the remarks of all participants here. And also, I've seen new hopes. I believe our conviction stems from a deep understanding of the patterns that have shaped 5 decades of China-EU relations. This year marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties between China and the EU. In 1975, the government of People's Republic of China formally established the diplomatic relations with the EEC, the European Economic Community. At that time, there was only 9 member states in the EEC. China had yet to embark on its reform and opening up process with a relatively small economy. After half a century of cooperation and development, both China and the EU have grown into major players in the international community. The EU's integration process has achieved a remarkable success. China also has become the number 2 economy in the world. We not only have seen the highlights in the bilateral relations, there are also sometimes lows. But as long as we respect each other and also agree to disagree with the principle of mutual interest and reciprocity, I believe that there will be less barriers and less hindrance, and we can develop faster. Our conviction also stems from our shared recognition of the historical responsibility borne by China and the EU. From the beginning to now, we have reached the $800 billion of trade volume, and China has invested for more than $100 billion in the EU, and there are more than 10,000 European businesses operating in China. Since the beginning till September this year, there has been more than 110,000 block trains between China and the EU. These numbers shows that our cooperation complement each other, and we have different comparative advantages. It also has shown that our cooperation are natural outcome of decades of market selection, shaped by the laws of comparative advantage and economies of scale. These statistics also underscore that China and EU cooperation possess formidable resilience and also endogenous momentum, unaffected by temporary or isolated events. Our conviction also stems from our shared recognition of the historical responsibilities. As President Xi Jinping stated, in his congratulatory message to EU leaders, marking the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations this year, the China-EU relations have become one of the most influential bilateral relationships in the world, representing two major forces promoting multilateralism, two major markets supporting globalization, and two great civilizations advocating diversity. Facing a century of unprecedented transformation and the rise of unilateralism and protectionism, we resolutely uphold and practice multilateralism to provide the precious stability and certainty in a world of turmoil and changes. And that is the right thing for China and the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of China-EU diplomatic relations, we have gathered at this forum to exchange ideas and pool wisdom together, forging many valuable consensus on how to advance the bilateral relations towards the next 50 years. Yesterday evening, we already had the gala dinner to exchange ideas. And also this morning, we have seen also the and heard many insights from the experts and the scholars and officials on both sides. So now I'm strongly confident of the future of China and EU relations. We are full of confidence for this trip. And also, me and also my delegation will also bring what we have heard back to China and the best news of what we have heard. Before I took the position as the vice president of China Public Diplomacy Association, I was also posted as a diplomat in EU 2 times. So for all the insights, I also strongly resonate with them. As this forum draws to a close, I would like to express the following hopes. First, we must stay true to our original aspirations and also to uphold the strategic positioning of partnership. How we perceive each other is a fundamental issue. The Chinese has always seen this question with clarity. There's no fundamental conflict of interest or geopolitical contradictions between China and the EU. And we hope that the European friends will view the current global changes and the respective evolutions from a longer historical perspective, an independent strategic viewpoint, and a development mindset. We urge the European friends to hold the partnership positioning to safeguard the overall healthy and stable development of the bilateral relations. Second, we will expand opening and hold the cooperation and intensify the cooperation as the main theme of opportunities. We recently passed the 15th five-year plan, charting the course for China's economic and social development over the next 5 years. China will continue to expand the high-level opening up, develop new productive forces, and recently President Xi Jinping also reiterated the point at the APEC meeting that China will provide more development opportunities, a more favorable business environment, a broad stage for innovation, and conditions for green growth to create a fertile ground for global business investment and development. And we believe that there will be new opportunities in the future for China and the EU to cooperate. And thirdly, we must advance hand in hand, upholding the vision of global governance based on consultation, cooperation, and shared benefits. In September this year, following the Global Governance Initiative, Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, President Xi Jinping solemnly put forward the Global Governance Initiative and providing a Chinese solution to tackling global governance challenges. On a number of global challenges, for example, the AI governance, public health, climate change, we have achieved broad consensus. Under this framework, we can strengthen policy communication and coordination, continuously enrich approaches to reform and also improve global governance, and jointly advance the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, my closing remarks coming to an end as well. I want to share with you the reflection that keeps coming to me. Can China leave EU? Will China leave EU? My personal response is that no, it will never happen. I would ask you the question, my dear European friends, will EU leave China? Can EU leave China? I believe your reply will be the same as I just gave you. Hence, since we have the same response to that question, let's calm down, respect each other, face reality, to reflect on the differences between us. Arguments, pointing fingers does not make any sense. Dialogue is better than confrontation. We should tap into our wisdom together. I believe that between China and the EU, we have all these profound wisdom together, and we can also properly tackle the issues, questions that exist in the bilateral field so that to achieve a win-win result. Let's work together to that goal, and I believe and I hope that is also the significance of our forum. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Bold, wise, assertive, and very much a different narrative from yourselves this year. Those of you who've been following the forum over the years will note that this is a kind of more of a, let's say, stronger, assertive, not really pulling any punches, China. And that's also about, as you were saying, about being able to get to a point where there's a kind of maturity in understanding where you fit, your economic prowess, your capabilities, but also drawing some lines. And that's what's been happening historically with other major powers in any case. But before I conclude, we have Pascal Lamy online, I believe. Again, someone who needs no introduction. Pascal,
yes,
a very warm welcome. You are suitably adorned with stuff behind you that reminds us of China. So thank you for being on brand. I know you've not been able to cover everything, Pascal, but you've heard what the Vice President of the Chinese Diplomacy Association has said, and you may have covered some of the points that were made by Maros's head of cabinet as well. So what's your reflection in similar vein to kind of concluding remarks? Do you feel optimistic? Do you feel we can leave China? What's your sense of what the future holds? And what, I suppose most importantly, Pascal, you've been in China. You're the, many times I've been reminded the past 24 hours by lots of the colleagues from China saying, if people came to Beijing or Shanghai or came to China, they may understand China better. You've been in China on many, many times, and you've lectured there, etc. What's your sense of what the EU should be thinking about in its future relationship as we now mark 50 years of EU-China diplomacy? Over to you.
Thanks very much, Samantha, and thanks to you all for inviting me to share a few remarks on EU-China relation. As you just mentioned, I'm just back from China where I spent 10 days, mostly focusing conversations, appointments, and lectures on the EU-China trade and economic relations. So that will be the focus of my quick remarks before you all go to lunch, and I know you're hungry. I'll make simple points. One is that China and you have a lot in common. Second point is that we also have our differences. And the third point is that the two elements together shape a cooperation path ahead of us as I see it. Now, starting very briefly with what we have in common. We have in common a very large economy, and we have in common that we both are engaged in a very ambitious decarbonization trajectory. We also have in common major challenges. The first one is our aging population, and the second one is that our economies depend very heavily on exports. So that's clear commonalities. We also have our differences, whether economic or strategic. Economic differences are on the one side that the EU is lagging behind in innovation, but running a highly decentralized economic model and a stable balance between consumption, investment, and foreign trade. China, on its side, is clearly ahead in innovation, but has kept a highly centralized macroeconomic model, which leads to a structural imbalance between domestic consumption and exports, leading to inevitable frictions on trade, given the massive and growing trade deficit between the EU and China. We also have our political differences. For the moment, the main one is that we totally disagree about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and this is a big problem for European public opinion, which I believe, given what I heard from my Chinese counterparts for the last week or so, that this problem is clearly underestimated on the Chinese side. So, this being said, how do I see a path ahead? Where should we focus short term in the times to come our cooperation effort? I see a bilateral aspect and a multilateral aspect for EU-China cooperation. On the bilateral side, to put it very simply, China should open more to EU trade, and the EU should open more to Chinese investment. There is still a lot of room for China to open its market in services, where Europe has a comparative advantage it could exploit. And there is also, as I see it, room for improvement for China investing more in Europe with a proper technology transfer and ownership agreements, a bit like 40 years ago, when the EU started to invest massively in China. So I think these are the principles that should guide the way to go, and that if we both go in that direction, we both will benefit. On the multilateral side, it's no secret that the US have embarked on a crusade against multilateral, against globalization, and against trade opening. This protectionist stance has to be contained so that it does not contaminate the rest of the world. If the US want to go protectionist, let the US go protectionist. They probably will pay for that. But we should not have to pay for that. So in this area, I believe EU and China should support the WTO in order to contain this US protectionist surge and recourse to the normal procedures which we have agreed within the WTO together in order to settle our EU-China disputes rather than moving to some sort of escalation. I also believe that given our high trade dependencies and our decarbonation ambitions, we should support Brazil's efforts in Belém while we are speaking in Brussels to launch a new multilateral conversation on the trade and environment nexus as suggested by the Jacques Delors Institute in Brussels. We have ideas of how to try and move this conversation forward. It is extremely important for both of us, but it is also extremely important for many developing countries. So, all in all, and to conclude, I believe what we have to do now, given the macroeconomic, geopolitical, and geoeconomic environment, is to try, both of us, to create a pole of stability. China needs stability, the EU needs stability, this world needs stability, so let's both advance in this direction. Many thanks for your attention, and of course, bon appétit.
Pascal, one of the things that I think was a really pointed but profound remark you've just made is the reference to, US should pay for its protectionism, but the rest of us shouldn't have to. And I think there's a very important message in that of how do you use that new oppositional practice from one of the most powerful leaders of the world as to be a lever, but also a motivation and a hook for collaboration elsewhere in the world. And to not always look to US, but now look amongst ourselves, where we still believe in a liberal order, we believe in human rights, we believe in social justice and inclusive, sustainable growth. Those of us who believe that should collaborate. So thank you both, Biwei and Pascal, for your closing remarks. All that's left to say, really, colleagues, is that I hope this has been a worthwhile use of your time, that we've been able to stimulate your thoughts, make you ask questions that you might not have thought of before. It may have given you a different perspective on China and Europe, and EU-China relations to the future. The one thing we know, and I started that with this morning, is that we know that climate change has no political leader, nor does AI. But its impact and their impact can be significant and hurt the most poor and marginalized people in our worlds. And so our responsibility is to manage that new test of leadership, which is about interdependence. And all I can say is the decisions that the EU makes, and I know you're here, Bernd, but we also know Maroš has a skill set that's very good in terms of managing international relations. Having moderated with him on various occasions, you get a sense that the man has a sense of integrity, of wanting things to work for the better, rather than simply playing politics. I'm not blowing smoke up, as you know, but I think he's the best option in terms of managing these international relations. But all I can say is I hope that on both sides, whatever decision either of us take, and the choices we make will influence not only influence trade in the next 5 years, it'll affect multilateralism into the future. It'll affect our green transition. It'll affect how we enter a more digitalized world, or whether we want that to be safe and for it to be predictable, and for people's rights to be protected. Thank you all very much for your time. Enjoy lunch upstairs. I hope there's a bit of hot and cold, so it's not just sandwiches. And enjoy your time. And thank you, and see you again next year. But keep your eye out for our future events as well. And we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much, and take care.